Good morning. Please take your seats. Welcome to this Naventus Renewables and Technology Summit, hosted by Naventus, Zettervalls, Deloitte, FNDC, Nordnet, and Nasdaq. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I am a moderator. I'll be moderating this event. I'm also a writer, a program host, and lecturer. And I've devoted 25 of my years as a professional to sustainability. So it's wonderful to be here today to talk about renewable technology. When I worked as a writer in Manhattan in the early 90s, covering the financial markets, there was not much talk about renewable technology. Since then, so much has happened, and many of you here in the room and following us online on the broadcast have been brave in early investing in these companies. And investors all over the world are really truly waking up now, seeing the risks in keeping your money in fossil investments, and also seeing the opportunities in placing them in the renewable facilities and the technology that's really happening broadly now all over the world. And hence this development is driven both by risk, but also by opportunity. And this is what we'll be talking about today, the opportunities. Some practicalities. You always need to be pointing out the emergency exits. You have them on the sides here. And the restrooms are downstairs, always important to know that. And today we have a wonderful program. We have lots of presenters. And for you here in the room, and also for those of you following us online, please download the app, Naventus Summit app, if you have not already. The code for those of you in the room is on the back of your badge. But those of you that are not here and do not have the badge, the code to access is GRAND, as in Grand Hotel. We're here in Stockholm. And the code after GRAND directly is 5577. And on this app, we would like for you to post your questions to the presenters, to the companies, about what they're offering exactly. So please use the app, and I will address your questions here on stage via the app. Also, of course, we'd like for you to be active, if you like, on social media. So the hashtag is, of course, Naventus Summit. Hashtag Naventus Summit. Let's now start with the first partner. We have with us Niklas Holmberg, that's with the MK, Managing Director, Global Listings from Nasdaq. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Katarina, and thank you, Naventus team, to invite me to this great event. I'm happy to see so many here. I came from Düsseldorf yesterday for a biotech event, and it was almost like flying with a private jet because it was just me and the crew on the plane. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, first, to highlight our market and then get deeper into the ESG, climate-friendly sector. So, again, I came from Germany, and a little bit, when we talk about what's happening here in Sweden related to public companies, they are so surprised. They can't believe that we have a so active market here in small Sweden. And again, when we look into the number, this is Nasdaq Nordic. We list more than 350 companies in the Nordic since 2016. That's incredible. And that goes back to the strong equity culture that we have here in Sweden, that maybe we don't think about it because it's so natural for us. And we're also happy to see that we have the mix of these small, growing companies. But we were also happy to see that Traton, for example, they decided to do a dual listing and not just go for Germany. So we can actually attract the largest company and the small company. What we see today in our pipeline is that we also have a lot of medium-sized company that looking for IPO during 2020. And some of them were supposed to list with us during last year, but we all know what's happened during 2018, October, November, when the market was hit quite hardly, so they postponed the IPO. So we will see, we all know what's happened with Corona. We are a little bit happy with that. The most of the listings are in place in the end of Q2 and Q4. So actually the roadshow have not started yet. So now I think it's more a little bit what's happened with the Corona, but also in terms of valuation. Nasdaq First North. This is relevant to talk about because the most of the ESG companies, the climate-friendly company, they start the journey on First North. So if we look into what's happening in the Nordics and the rest of EU, we actually list more company in the Nordic than the rest of Europe when you're looking into MTF, growth platform, multi-trading platform, than First North. So this is the reason why I'm, as a speaker for Nasdaq, are invited to EU, a lot of events, because they're asking us if we can just put the Nasdaq in France or Belgium. But it's not hard to put the equity culture into that areas. Okay, First North, more than 360 companies. We have 25 non-Nordic companies. And actually in our pipeline right now, it's about 10-15% of the companies are non-Nordic company. If they will end up in our market, that's another story. But we receive telephone call from advisor, investors, and companies every day. So this is something that we really try to see if we can be the leading European growth market. Number of listings was 40 last year, and that's a mix of IPO, 25, and direct listing also include moves from our competitors. It was more than 260 transactions in terms of capital raise when you include both IPOs and secondaries. I will get deeper into that. And the capital raised on First North was 2.1 billion euro. As you can see, technology and healthcare are the largest part in terms of sectors, but again, the most of the companies that end up in the First North have a new technology in one sector. So either it's clean tech, food tech, agri-tech, whatever. So it's really hard to say if that's consumer goods or tech solutions. This is the best slide, I think, to prove the strength of our market. When you're looking at First North, that's not an exit market. That's a market for growth. So you see in the purple, that's the capital raised through IPO, and the rest is for secondaries. So it actually proves that the investors are there to support you on your growth journey. Of course, it's related to if you have delivered on your expectations, but still, I think this is a very impressive slide. If you, again, talking to non-Nordic countries, even in Denmark when they have problem with early stage funding companies, you just have the private market. So especially in sectors like clean tech, where the VCs were not so active before, this has been the only road for companies like Ferroamp, for example. He said that he was asking all the VC, but no one was interested in the company. And then they went listed on First North and were able to raise capital, not just through the IPO, but actually after 4 months from listing. Clean tech sector. I don't know if Boel is here in the room. I steal some of your pictures when you had the presentation at Nasdaq. This is, of course, the capital, the investments come from the larger pictures, and We launched an ESG guide in the reporting guide 2017. Our Nasdaq US was not ready to adapt that into their Nasdaq US at that time. 2019, when we released 2.0, they were there and support. So now we have a global guide. And now you see guys like Larry Fink, when they go out and say that ESG will be a part of every investment portfolio manager's decisions. That makes sense. You also heard Goldman Sachs is not going to do any IPO if they don't see diversity in the management and board. We have the climate goal, the Paris deal. We have the coal-dioxide neutral by 2050. So a lot of things has happened that push investments into this area. So if you're a portfolio manager today, quite much it's not just to understand who's the profitable companies or not, or who's going to be the winning sector in the future. Again, this is looking to the transition to renewable energy that will need a lot of investments. And today, I think every country doing their own in terms of investment from the government money. And the good thing with my job is that I'd learn a lot. I didn't know that Energimyndigheten, their portfolio consists 180 companies. And also when you talk to the European Commission, they will put a lot of money into this sector, especially for the one that takes a little bit of longer life cycles. We also see a lot of VCs now are active in this sector. And we as an exchange, we also want to be a part of this, for us, very important sector. So again, this is numbers that show that green tech actually stands for 35 billion Swedish crowns in terms of export. And what's even more interesting to see that the Swedish scale-up and startup sectors have a turnover now of 9 billion Swedish crowns. And what's happened right now that there are many more companies that are ready for investments. A few years ago, it was more like a project, almost no revenue. But now, today, you actually, if you are interested, you can actually find quite many companies that maybe have not positive cash flow, but still they receive revenues. Also in terms of growth, this was Deloitte, top 50 companies, 6 of them was within clean tech. In terms of what I talk about, the cash coming in, moving from sectors that are not ESG friendly into the sustainable funds, you see a dramatic change. So if you look into 2019, you really saw that something happened. And again, a little bit before, it was a lack of companies to invest in, especially in the Nordics. So now if you're a portfolio manager for a sustainable fund, there's much more opportunity than for just 2-3 years ago. These slides also show a little bit about the numbers and the deals in Sweden. So I think that looking from the more international point of view, Sweden really stands out, not just for being good entrepreneurs, but also in terms of supporting from private investors. Okay, look into Nasdaq. We are trying to be the leading exchange for growth companies within this sector. So we are doing a lot of activities. We will be part of Berlin Eco Summit in May, if that happens. We are here to support this event. We were part of Sweden's Sustain Tech Venture Day. So this is an area where we as a company really want to be part of. And we see growth, not that if you look into these companies, it's not just within one sector. You have wind power, you have food tech, you have sun energy coming from the sun, from the wind. So actually, you can't see that it's just one sector. It's actually quite a broad mix of climate-friendly company that list with us. And we have more than 30 companies within the clean tech sector listed in the Nordics. The average market cap is 76 million euro. And then consider that you must be almost a 500 million euro company to list in any other countries in Europe. The average capital raised is 8 million euro. And when we look at it together, it has been a great journey for investors. With that said, some of those company that you saw on this previous slide, it was actually, they went public very early. So I think they have quite much more to prove to the market in terms of revenues. This just show the deals, the IPO deals during 2019. And you see from the lowest part, it was just an IPO 1.8 million euro, and then you have the whole range up. So again, we are a growth market. And you can also see that almost all of this company have chose not to go to the regulated market than to go to First North. Feel free to ask me questions. One question that I received, okay, what's happening in terms of trading in clean tech company? If you compare it to gaming company or other consumer product companies, the liquidity is much better there compared to clean tech. Yeah, but is it really true? When we looked at the most traded 10 shares, you can see that you have PowerCell, you have Clean Air and Climon. So actually, 3 of the 10 most traded companies on Nasdaq First North are in the clean tech space. Yes, I think that was it. Again, Nasdaq, we really want to highlight climate-friendly company. We do extremely strong in sustainable bonds. We do an ESG program, ESG reporting guidelines. So feel free to contact me, and you have my number there, Niklas Holmberg. And yeah, if you want to discuss IPO in the Nordic markets, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niklas. Wonderful numbers. When I travel around and lecture about sustainability in Sweden and internationally, I very often talk about some of the companies that are here. And the next company, Climon, I've followed keenly, and I'm sure all of you have seen these fantastic devices on Iceland. Charlotte Becker, please join us and talk more about your company. A warm hand.
Hi. When you go to renewable energy conferences, exactly like this one, people talk about solar, and then they talk about wind. And if you're here in the Nordics, most people know of hydro as well. But what I want to do today is introduce you to a great complement to these energy sources, because they have their limitations. Solar power, well, it works when the sun is shining. Wind, when the wind is blowing. And also there's that issue of not wanting to have it in your own backyard. And hydro. Well, you need mountains and you need water. So I want to introduce you to heat power. Heat power can be divided into two areas: geothermal heat power and industrial heat power, or waste heat recovery. So geothermal heat power is the energy that's found beneath our feet. It's the energy coming from the core of the earth. It's like a sun inside the earth with heat just radiating out. Heat that you can actually utilize and turn into electricity. And this has been done for many, many years, but typically around the tectonic plates because you need really high temperatures, such as 200 or 400 degrees. But if you could use, say, 100 degrees, then you could do this in much larger parts of the world. So the other part of heat power is waste heat recovery, or industrial heat power, I sometimes call it. More than 50% of the world's energy is wasted as heat. Heat that's just dumped out into the atmosphere. Heat that you can actually use and turn into electricity. This is ship engines, manufacturing processes. So what if you could turn all of this heat, the geothermal heat, the waste heat, into electricity? Well, that's the reality of Clymon's heat power unit. So Clymon is a product company. We produce this 2 by 2 by 2 meter machine that turns hot water into electricity. You plug in hot water and cold water in the back, and out comes enough electricity to power 250 Swedish homes. So that's a lot of power in a quite small machine. One of these boxes costs about 350,000 euros, and it can save up to 900 tons of CO2 each year. We've gone with a modular and standardized approach. And why is that good? Well, the obvious one is economies of scale. The more we produce, the cheaper it gets. But it also shortens the time from investment to cash flow. Because typically on the power side, when you're building a power plant, you look at the heat source, and then you go back to the drawing board and your R&D team develops a power plant tailored for this heat source. But with our modules, we can look at the heat source and easily through an Excel sheet calculate exactly how many modules we'll need. So we basically need no R&D for each new site. The other good part about this in terms of financing is that if anything changes, if you have more hot water, then you can just add more modules. Or if you have less hot water, you can move a module from one power plant to another. So your investment isn't lost. So another big advantage, apart from the fact that geothermal heat power is a base load, it works 24/7. The heat in the ground is always there. It doesn't matter if it's night, if it's windy, if it's raining, it's always there. Another big factor in this is that it's small, the footprint. If you want to power 9,300 homes, you will have solar panels tightly packed, covering 9, 10 football fields, or you would have a wind park stretching to the horizon. And with heat power, that would be a building of 900 square meters. So if you have this technology, you can turn hot water into clean electricity. Where do you use it? Climate has chosen to focus on 3 areas: geothermal, industrial, and maritime. The company started on the maritime side, and we've been working with Viking Line since 2015 on their cruise ship. Since then, we have gotten orders from Virgin Voyages, Richard Branson's cruise line. We're installing a module on board Maersk on their cargo ship. And actually last week we got an order from Havila Voyages for cruise ships that will be cruising along the Norwegian coast. The other area where we've been since 2015 is the industrial side, and we've been working with SSAB since 2015 on their steel plant. We're also focusing a lot on gensets now, because gensets are these large engines, very similar to the ones you would find on board a ship, but they're land-based. And in many countries, such as the UK and other island countries, they're building power plants based on these engines to balance the growing solar and wind power. The third area within industrial is manufacturing. Basically, all industrial processes have waste heat. This could be a factory that makes bread. It could be a brewery. It could be a chip factory. So the third area is geothermal. We have greenfield, which is basically building small-scale distributed power plants. This is what we've done in Iceland and what we're doing in Japan. We have bottoming cycles, which is recovering the waste heat from high-temperature geothermal power plants and turning it into electricity. This might sound like a niche, but just bottoming cycles using the existing flash plants is 7,000 to 8,000 modules for us. The third one, oil and gas. We haven't taken any orders here, but I want to bring it up, because if we can get the oil and gas industry to shift into something green, into geothermal, that's the biggest impact we could have as a company. They have all the knowledge you would need to become a geothermal heat power operator. They know drilling, they know geology, they know permitting, they know energy. So I'm going to give you some examples from reality. On Iceland in 2019, we got our first geothermal power plant approved by the customer. We've had uptimes over 96%, and we've seen that now that everyone has been able to come to this first power plant, see it work, because seeing is believing in this case, they can start building the next 2 power plants. And with this great thing about modularity, now that they've started generating a cash flow at this first power plant, they're going to invest in a better well pump. And with more water, they can add more modules at the same power plant. The same thing we're doing now in Japan. We're building 2 power plants there. It has been a tough year. Permits are taking a lot of time and a lot of work. But now we're super excited that we're going to have 2 power plants up and running in the next couple of months. On the maritime side, it's also been a busy year. During 2019, we had installations ongoing on board 5 ships in different areas of the world. And we're really happy that Virgin Voyage's first cruise ship, Scarlet Lady, is now actually out sailing commercially. We've made deliveries to Viking Line's new ship, Viking Glory, showing that they're actually a happy and returning customer. We've started installation on board Maersk, which is our first installation on board a cargo ship. And last week, as I said, we got a new order within the cruise industry. And the maritime industry is a very conservative industry, but now we've been present since 2015. The 2020 sulfur cap limiting the sulfur emissions from the industry has gone into effect, and we're seeing that the interest is picking up. On the industrial side, the area that I think is going to be prioritized and going to be a lot of focus on this year is the genset market. Reciprocating engines based on, for example, natural gas. Because when you add a heat power module to these engines and these power plants, not only do you increase the energy efficiency, but you also reduce CO2 emissions. And when you do this, the power plant becomes more green. So it gets prioritized on the grid, meaning that the power plant operator can produce electricity for more hours throughout the year. So it's a really good business case for the customer. But as you see, we're working in different areas, different parts of the world, and if you're going to do that, you need good partners, strong partners. So in 2019, we were really happy to announce our collaboration with Breakthrough Energy Ventures In my opinion, it's probably the best energy investor you can find in the world. And we're working together with them now on technology development, trying to find ways to lower cost of our product, find new suppliers, ones that we couldn't get in contact with since we were a small Swedish company, and market acceleration, because they have a network that's unbeatable, and they can help us. Right now they're working a lot with us in Japan, trying to accelerate our way into that market. And they also invested $12.5 million into our financing company, Breakthrough Energy Ventures, or Baseload Capital, sorry. So the financials. What I want to send with you is that we have gone from being a small startup with basically no revenues, no order backlog, to a company that actually has significant net sales. We have a strong order backlog, and we've become an international company with operations in many countries. So Climon can turn hot water into electricity. We have a disruptive, patented product. The market, as you see, is close to unlimited. And we have the potential of having a global impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank
you have not already, please write your questions to Charlotte in the app, and let's see what questions we have already. This is in Swedish, so I have to do an instant translation. That's okay. Regarding your recent publicized cooperation with Havila Voyages, could you tell us a little bit more about more in detail about how the work is and expected delivery is looking
Absolutely. So Havila Voyages is a subsidiary to Havila, which is a large Norwegian company, and they have business in shipping, transport, tourism. And what they've done is that the Norwegian Agency for Transport has given them the rights to cruise between Bergen and Kirkenes, so along the Norwegian coast. And what they want to do is create the most sustainable cruise ships there are. And on each of these 4 ships, they're going to have Climon heat power units installed. And the ships are being built in Turkey right now, and we're going to deliver modules in 2021 and 2022. So we're going to have the first 2 ships, they're already going to be built when we deliver. So we're going to do a retrofit installation. That means that we're going to put the modules on board and install them while the ship is cruising along the coast. And the other 2, they're going to have the heat power modules installed when they go out from the shipyard.
So if you want to be on one of those cruise boats, when will be the first journey?
2021.
2021. Well, that's fairly soon. We have another question. How do you look at this competition situation within heat systems and the development forward?
Well, I mean, as I said, heat power, especially geothermal heat power, is a huge market. So on that side, we appreciate competition because that will make us better, and there's plenty of room for it. We do see that there are some competitors that are working on the industrial side, but typically they have lower efficiencies than we do. On the geothermal side, the competitors are large companies that are not looking at power plants our size. These are companies like Ormat and Turboden, and they're building these huge power plants, so we're not competing against them. We would actually be a complement because we can recover their waste heat.
Well, wonderful. So let's see if we have any more questions. No, this is good, and we're a good time. So thank you very much, Charlotte Becker, and best of luck with your fantastic work.
Thank
Warm
you.
hand. Echo wave power. This is also completely fascinating. And we're so lucky because we have Elias Jakobsson with us here today. Please give him a warm hand.
All right, so I am a member of the board at EcoWave Power, so I'm going to give you a small update on what our company is doing. I'm not going to show you this video because it's a bit too long, but please download the presentation on the Naventus website, and so then you can go through it. But I want to show you what we're doing. We have a very, very simple system that we have built over since 2011, and it consists of floaters that are going up and down in the waves, just like you can see on the video. And it pushes a piston up and down and compresses hydraulic fluid that in turn pushes the hydraulic motor and the generator. So it's a very simple system, and it's a modular system. Basically, we are building these systems off-site, ship them over to industrial piers, and put them onto the pier, and then install the floaters. And then we can jack up the system to the grid in the port. So we can maintain the whole system on land and be very efficient in our industrial future rollout. As I said, this has taken a lot of years and gone through a lot of trials. We started in 2011 with the wave pool trials, and then later moved on to doing a prototype in Jaffa, Israel. And then in 2016 we did a demonstration project in Gibraltar. That one has been in operations ever since, and the steps that we are taking now are in a pre-commercial phase with a project that we are running together with EDF, which is the French utility, one of the world's largest energy companies. So it's a 50-50 owned joint venture, and we are building this 100 kilowatt station in the port of Jaffa, Israel. Here you can see some images of the different projects that we have been running. So the last project that we did in Gibraltar, what we wanted to prove there was that we could safely build and connect this system to the grid without breaking the grid. And we also wanted to safely operate the system for a number of years to be able to say that we can endure storms. So when we have a storm with our systems, the floaters will come up and stay up in a locked position until the storm subsides, and then go down again and keep on going. And then we also wanted to show governments that are, when we get an environmental permit, our system has little or no environmental impact. So that's also a big thing, to have a speedy project development once we are up and running. Yeah, and we have also built our own SCADA system. So next steps for the Gibraltar project is basically we have proven everything that we want to prove. So now we are applying for a Horizon 2020 grant. It's our second. We got the first one, and now we are applying for a grant to build a industrial grade system. And that, what I mean by that is 2 to 5 megawatts and up. And then we had the EDF project, the one in Jaffa. It's this system. What we want to prove here is that we can have a financially viable product. It's basically doing this project, 100 kilowatt. We're gonna be able to. That's the goal of the project, is to be able to prove that we have the financials to go forward on an industrial scale, to roll out project after project. This project is being built right now, as you can see. Siemens is our partner in doing everything electrical, and EDF are helping us with the SCADA systems, and we are doing everything else. And the patents are for the system is all ours. We are planning to have this project finished in the summer, and then do test runs for the year out. So that's the hardware side of things. My history is actually that I come from the wind power sector, and have been working for Eolus Wind, among other things. So 2 great companies presenting here today, Climon and Eolus, and then us, of course. I was working a lot with project development. So what you need to do, looking at projects such as ours, we have thousands of ports to choose from, literally thousands. So what we need to do is just focus on the best ones, and also be able to distinguish which ones those are. And that's, of course, a combination of wave heights and electricity prices, the easiness or how easy it is to get site concessions and licenses. We have plus 20 projects today that we are developing, and that's going according to plan, so we're happy with that. We get a lot of requests for these projects, not only investors that are contacting us to own these assets, but also ports that wants to have these systems up and running. So you need to be able to handle all these projects. So basically, we do have a bunch of these projects are in the project the planning phase, but also a few of them are in the execution phase, such as the EDF project. And then one major thing for us is that we always want to be able to operate our own systems. So that for us is 25 years of steady income for every project that we build. But on top of that, we of course have our revenue models that in general are 3. Either we build and own these systems ourselves, or we do it as a joint venture, where EDF would be one example. We can always transfer our own assets to somebody that are willing to earn less than what we are. And as I said, we don't build. We have our projects plus 20. We don't build unless we have the project financed one way or another. For instance, the joint venture project is 50% financed by EDF and 50% is financed by the Ministry of Energy in Israel. So we're conserving our investors' money in a good way, I think. And then lastly, we always want to operate the systems, as I said. So next step for us, complete the Jaffa project, show that the system is viable as an investment grade, and then roll out this system one project at a time to begin with. And I hope that we, in a short time, can reveal our plans for our first megawatt scale project. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Great. Thank you. Please, center stage with me. How about competition?
Imports, none. Imports, none. It's wave power is mainly offshore and in a variety of different. Either they are buoys going up and down, or they are on the bottom of the seas with streaming water, basically.
That's something else.
Yeah.
You mentioned the private-public collaboration in Israel. What are the opportunities and the challenges in these types of ventures?
For us, basically, we will present the project to a country, and then there will be a competition of some sort. So our technology will be compared to other types of technology, since we don't really have competitors. So there is that, but so far we haven't had much problem, actually. It's we are in the middle of a great big announcements coming up, but I can't talk about it, unfortunately.
Let's see what questions we have in the app. How many homes can be supplied with electricity from installations on a pier like the one we saw in the last slide in Jaffa?
Sorry.
How many homes can be supplied with electricity from installations on a pier like the one we saw in the last slide from Jaffa?
The Jaffa project is a super tiny project, just so you understand. It's the proof that what we want to do there is to prove that the system works. I'm guessing now, but it's I would say 10, something like that. It's not many. The whole idea is to show that we can scale. Basically, that project is 1/50th of a commercially sized project.
1/50th.
Yeah, so it's a. So you should.
So that would be 500 homes from the next normal scale.
No,
That's
way more.
Not me doing the math right, obviously.
Yeah.
But how many homes in a standard project that you would go for?
A couple of thousand.
A couple of thousand.
Yeah.
Right. Do you think wave energy will be as profitable as wind energy soon?
No, I don't. I don't think so. I mean, I've invested in wind power, and it's basically, or profitable, sorry, that's actually not as efficient. It won't be as efficient as wind power, because wind power has been developing for 30 years plus, and then if you want to go even further to the 1600. But the big advantage for us is that if I can get to become half as efficient as wind power, our revenues per kilowatt hours are maybe 4-10 times higher. That's the big advantage for me, or for our company. So if you take Israel, for instance, the electricity price is 4 times higher than in Sweden. So I don't have to be as efficient. And then you have the grants, because it's novel technologies. As I said, the whole installation in Israel is funded by somebody else than us. And we see that for a few more years going forward, that we're going to be helped by governments.
And I guess the installation costs and the maintenance costs are lower than...
Way less than wind power,
yes.
Way less. We have an industrial-sized project. The prices are mainly man-hours, nothing more.
Great. The iPhone just locked itself. What's the difference between the new project with EDF and Jaffa and what you did in Gibraltar?
Oh, yeah, so basically the Gibraltar project proves that the system doesn't break down, and that the electricity grid doesn't break down. The Jaffa project proves that we have a financially viable product. So we need to be able to show returns on that project. That's the goal of the whole.
So this was pretty much a test bed, you could say, yes.
So this is the last step before the industrial rollout of every other future project that we have.
You mentioned that the appliances will be, they've raised themselves when it's really stormy.
Yeah.
And what we see now in the effects of climate change, that we get more dramatic weather. How do you take this into your calculations, that they might be sort of in an up position more than you...
Exactly. I mean, I don't foresee it like that. We're going to have storms, sure, but But we just have to have robust systems enough. And I can tell you that if you watch the video, you're going to see some pretty hefty storms that we have put the system through. So.
And more waves is more energy, so that's also
more
good,
waves
right?
is more energy, yeah, that's
Great.
correct.
We have one final question. What's, let's see, how durable are your facilities?
How durable? I mean, the whole installation is situated on the pier, so in a container. So that part of the system, you can't break it. The floaters themselves, they do require maintenance. Mm-hmm. So we do have, for the large-scale projects, we have one person attached to the project, so as a site manager, so always looking after it. But the cost of one floater is very minimal, so that's not a great concern for us.
And if one breaks, that doesn't affect the entire chain?
No.
Well, that's
exactly.
important.
That's important, yeah.
Well, let's see. Any more questions? You can also ask questions in the room if you like, because we do have hand microphones somewhere and a runner. So here's one. Emma will do. And please put your microphone to your chin so we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, hi there. I'm wondering about the cost per megawatt hour on a smaller scale project, like a 5 megawatt or 10 megawatt project.
We haven't calculated that yet. This is what we actually have for this project. So this is what the EDF project is there to prove. But as I said, even if we are half as efficient as wind power, then we're still happy.
It's still good money.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Do we have any more questions in the room? Or if you want to send it in via the app? Here's another one. Great.
Yeah, any plans to install this on oil rigs?
Yeah, we have been approached by oil companies in regards to that. So it's correct that it would be feasible, but the maintenance on... My main objection against wave power is the maintenance cost. And so I love the fact that we are on piers and that it's really cheap to have a site manager work there. So that would go against the whole efficiency part about maintenance. But you're right, it is a good site for waves.
So just on that, a follow-up question.
Hang on, we need the microphone for the broadcast.
Thanks. Follow-up question on that, just on maintenance briefly. What's involved there? What can go wrong?
Lubrication, repainting of the floaters, that is the main parts. We have also installed solar panels on some of these units, so clean them off. It's minimal. It's like solar panels, more or less. You say that they don't have any maintenance, but they do.
Well, thank you very much, Elias Jakobsson, and best of luck.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more company before it's coffee. And please ask questions on the app, or as you notice, we can also do it in the room. We have from Envigas, another exciting company, we have Kurt Sjöblom with us. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you. And good morning, and thank you to Naventus to invite us to this gathering today. We are a company producing green carbon, green oil and green gas. Let's see, and I have this one. I'm sure that you all know about the renewables logic. Basically, if we dig carbon, if we pump oil, or if we take gas from the fossil sources, which were produced 50 million years ago, and we release that CO2 in the atmosphere, we get global warming. The alternative to that is, of course, to produce carbon, oil, and gas from biomass, and that constitutes a circle of CO2. The tree will absorb the carbon dioxide, it will end up in the leaves, in the stem wood, And once cut down, we can release it again. And that's the carbon cycle. So basically, the problem with global warming is not the emission of CO2 per se. It's really the source of the CO2 that constitutes the problem. So fossil replaced by biomass is a solution to most of the countries, or the companies, the fossil companies' problems. You are, of course, free to stop me whenever you want with questions. We have decided to focus on the metallurgic industry with our product. And we are a build, own, and operate company. So we don't sell technology, but we sell the commodities produced by our processes. And if we look at Sweden, the metallurgic companies account for 40% of the CO2 emissions, of the industry's emissions, and 15% of the total. And of that, the steel and iron production is about 1/3. The other metallurgic companies, the copper, the lead, the zinc, the silicon, is another 1/3 of the total emissions. And those are the focus areas for us. Highly specialized carbon to replace fossil carbon. As feedstock, we mainly use stem wood from the forest, meaning, in our case, residuals from sawmills, which is sawdust. About 12 to 14% of the entire log will end up being sawdust, and that is the prime source of feedstock for us. So in Sweden, we generate around 1.7 million tons every year. And basically all of that is today combusted in big furnaces to produce hot water and district heating. A bit about us. We are privately owned by the founders, people working for the company, and some industrial and financial investors. Among them, Bayer Capital or Bayer Invest. We have Carbomax, which is the only, I think, fossil carbon company in Sweden. We have Carl Palmstierna. I don't know whether he is here, but I hope he comes. We dare to say we are a very experienced team from the process industry and business development. Our business model is to produce commodities, to sell carbon in the way that the steel mills and the copper mills want it, to sell the oil to the refineries, and to sell the gas to anyone that needs gas, and as a substitute to natural gas. So our whole business model is replacing the fossil commodities with green ones. And in that, we have a very, very active IPR strategy to safeguard our findings and to make sure that those assets are held within the company. The company structure is that we have a development company and the Gas Technology AB. We have today one production company up in Skellefteå, and I'll come back to that. And we are in the process of starting more, because there is a huge opportunity in this market. That's an interesting ad from one of the owners and one of the customers, which is very nice. We have an experienced team of the board of directors. I'm the chairman. We have Joachim Karlsson from Nordic Capital. We have Carl Palmstierna. I don't think he needs any further presentation. Per-Olof Wedin was the CEO for Sveaskog for many years and retired last fall. Søren Eriksson is the man behind biodiesel in Sweden. He was the one, he was working for Preem, and he founded companies like, vad heter de i Piteå? sun pine. We have a management team with our CEO, Tobias Brink, and if you stand up, some people can talk to you later on. We have a very interesting scientific advisory board with a professor from Gerrit Brehm from Twente in Holland, Gupta from the University of Maryland, and Dr. Axel Funke from Karlsruhe in Germany. All these three experts in their individual area within our process, basically. This is the value creation process. So from 1 ton of biomass, meaning sawdust, we produce about close to 300 kilo of biocarbon. And if we post-process that biocarbon, we can get a very similar specification to fossil coke, which has a world market value and is a commodity for the steel and other metallurgic industries. The remain is 750 kilo of pyrolysis gas, can either be condensed into bio-oil, 145 kilo, which we can send to Preem or ST1 to be converted into diesel, into gasoline or jet fuel in their hydrocracker. That's a conventional technology that they have developed and built to handle tall oil from the forest industries. And the remains is between 600 and 750 kilos of non-condensed gas can be converted into biomethane, which is biogas, which is really natural gas, so CH4, and carbon dioxide. Both are valuable commodities on the market. Carbon dioxide is, of course, if it is pure, it's an interesting commodity for breweries, it's an interesting commodity for the industry, and you can bury it deep in the ground to make a negative carbon sink. But we can also turn the whole process around and produce, instead of biomethane, produce biohydrogen. And green hydrogen is possibly the future fuel for us. We have seen a range of different vehicles coming onto the streets using hydrogen and fuel cells. But we have seen initiatives such as the one SSAB is doing with the hybrid process, where they use hydrogen instead of carbon to reduce iron into steel. So there will be a market for hydrogen. We just don't know when. There is already a market for biogas. So the value creation process shows that if we, for each ton of biomass we inject into the process, we get a value of about 1,700 Swedish crowns for the carbon. We get about 900 Swedish crown for the bio-oil, and we get about close to 800 Swedish crowns for the gas. If we sell the oil to the refinery, we get way more than that, almost double. In the biomethane production, we get, of course, more, and if we produce hydrogen instead, this looks even better from a financial point of view. So in principle, 1,000 Swedish crowns in is about 4,000 Swedish crowns out. That's the value creation chain we are working with. We have we are building one production plant right now. As a matter of fact, it will be in operation in Skellefteå within a month's time from now. And that's the first in our case. And for those of you that are interested in the full P&L or the balance sheet, you can have a look at this later on. It's a bit detailed to go into from here and now. But it's a very profitable operation. So our focus is the metallurgic industry in the Nordic countries. And we have to remember that they are using today somewhere in the vicinity of 5 million tons of carbon annually. 5 million tons. That is a CO2 emission of about 20 million tons. So they are a big portion of the problem we have right now with global warming, and they know it. The initiative from SSAB to switch from carbon-based reduction of the iron ore into hydrogen reduction of the iron ore to steel is a very good example of that. And SSAB has, since they announced that they were going for fossil-free iron, received the pressure from the market. As a matter of fact, there is a big European car manufacturer that is pushing SSAB to deliver fossil-free steel for cars 2026. So the pressure from the market is coming, and the metallurgical industry is feeling it, and they are responding to it. We are the first industrial scale producer of biocoke, bio-oils, and biogas on the market. Biogas, well, there has been a lot of biogas produced over the years, but in a thermochemical process, we are the first one. We work with direct sales. We work with all the big steel and metallurgy companies in Sweden for the time being. We'll continue into Norway and Finland once we have the tonnage available to support their needs. So the total addressable market in Sweden alone is about 3 million tons. In the Nordic countries, about 5. And we will produce, in the plant we are building right now in Skellefteå, about 10,000 tons. So we need to build more, and we need to build larger. But there is no shortage of biomass for this. So the prices computed are, of course, comparable to the fossil, plus the emission rights, plus a small green premium. In Sweden today, we are working with I think, almost all the metallurgical companies, such as SSAB, Boliden, Höganäs, Elkem in Norway doing silicon. There are lots of these companies, and almost all of them are either on their way to implement green carbon or will do it. So finally, unless anyone has a question, we work with bio-based project with a huge CO2 reduction impact. And this is to replace fossil equivalents. It is really a green tech investment with a very limited technology risk, since we are not developing the technology. We are a process plant. Instead of producing paper in a chemical way, we are in a thermochemical way producing carbon, oil, and gas. We think we consider ourselves to be having competent investors, board and management. It is a global opportunity with a very large potential in local markets, even though our focus is on the Nordic countries. It's a very interesting input-output margin ratio. It's actually much better than a pulp mill. And there is a future possibility to refine the carbon, the oil, and the gas into much higher values. So we can take this carbon and we can do very interesting other commodities from it. We can take the oil and do some very, very interesting commodities from that in the future. And of course, the gas is interesting for us. So we are a strange bird in this room, because we are a process industry. We are not a technology company. Questions, anyone?
I'll help you with that, because we need runners with the microphones. Please join me here center stage. Let's start with the app, and then you could, if you have questions in the room, you could just prepare them, and Emma will join you with a microphone. Let's see. How much is the carbon footprint. How much can the carbon footprint of steel be reduced with biocoke?
Well, a steel mill is a complex. They are emitting CO2 from other sources than carbon. They are basically doing it from carbon, from fossil carbon, and from natural gas. They need a lot of heat to produce steel. And we can replace both of those. So in principle, we can do them, we can do them carbon neutral.
And we know in Sweden the carbon footprint from this industry is roughly about 10%, I think.
15, yeah.
15, yes, even worse. So that's a lot of possibilities there. Another question here. Could you please explain, as you would to a 5-year-old, the different CO2 impacts from fossil and bio-based fuels?
Well, we have to go back to this
the first slide.
The CO2 circle, yes. Because the fossil we are using today, highly subsidized to dig up carbon or to pump up oil or to take natural gas from the wells, was really produced 50 million years ago.
50 million.
50 million years
50.
ago. And we have been using that now for 150 years. And now we see the cost. Whereas if we take anything organic and treat that thermochemically, we can take that carbon, that oil, and that gas and sell it to the industry.
And basically that's the above ground, what we have as biological materials now, not something that has been compressed and stored underground.
It could be trees, of course in Sweden it is trees, or residues from trees. In other countries it could be agro-residues, which are more abundant in other parts of the world.
Thank you. What is the difference between Envigas and Cortus?
Well, Cortus is, they are producing an energy gas. They are doing gasification, and we are doing something called pyrolysis. Anyone that have read about the old coal mills, coal milor,
the ones up in the northern parts of Sweden,
that is pyrolysis. So this has been around forever, but it was sort of forgotten. And we took it up, we created a modern, highly advanced process out of it.
And now you also get the biochar out of this process.
Yes.
And the biochar could be used in agriculture, for instance.
Could be, but we are focusing on the metallurgic industry. It could be used in the agriculture as a soil amendment. It could be used as activated carbon. It could be used as a lot of different things, but we are focusing on the metallurgic industry because we want to have a highly qualified customer with a highly qualified and high specification product.
Is it important that your facilities are located close to your clients or the source of the biomass?
No, it should be located fairly close to the biomass, because the energy density of the carbon oil makes it more suitable to transport than the feedstock itself.
When will your bureau plant be fully up and running?
It is up and running. It has been running for over a year now in a small scale. About 5.
I think fully.
The small one is 500 tons per year. Now the big one, the big plant is coming up, producing 10,000 tons a year, and that will be up and running within about a month,
about
1.5, yes.
Okay, excellent. Let's see, do we have any questions in the room that would like to use their hands and their...
Any metallurgical experts here? No.
All right. So I have a final question. But there was one, great. Okay, let's get a hand microphone here.
So I understand the first slide, meaning I understand that, okay, if we would only use the above ground biomass, so to say, like, I get that logic. What I don't see, I don't understand how converting biomass into CO2, like it's still additional CO2. So how would this be a green technology?
Well, if you take, the tree that you cut down to burn has absorbed CO2 during its lifetime. When you burn it, you will emit the same amount again that will be absorbed by the next tree.
Is sawdust
going around and around?
is sawdust always burnt?
Pardon?
Nowadays, is sawdust always burnt?
Burnt.
Yes. Yes.
I see.
Yes. Yeah. It's always burnt. There is no other use for it. I mean, you can do fiberboard, but that's a limited market nowadays. So if you look at Sweden as a market, it is burnt to do district heating.
I understand. Thank you.
And there is also the aspect of the biochar that is also basically bionegative.
Yes, if you
Climate
dig
negative.
it into the
Climate
ground,
negative,
it would
yes.
be a negative emission. But we think that replacing a fossil emitter is more clever than digging carbon down into the ground and allow them to continue with fossil emissions.
Any more questions? Well, thank you very much, Kurt.
Thank
and
you.
best of luck with your work.
Thank you.
Coffee, right? We need coffee. It's in the Strömsalongerna, which is center stage back here, and we'll start back here at 20 to 11. So enjoy and network, and those of you that are not here, you can network on the app, Naventus Summit app. See you soon.
Deserves all she needs. Baby, I got the kind of loving muro, ponte contra el muro. Anda para allá y cuenta otro. El que a ti te guste. Cuenta un cuento lindo.
A ver, Benito, porque me dicen que te va a volar. Y ahí había yo tengo con una pistola muy grande aquí.
All right. Please take your seats. Hope you enjoyed the coffee and the networking, and hello to you watching us online here at the Naventus Summit. The next presenter is a partner at this event. I have the pleasure of introducing Martin Sandgren from Zettervalls. And Martin will talk about key regulatory, policy and commercial drivers in this transition, opportunities and challenges from an investor perspective in the Swedish renewables race. He will then be followed by yet another a broad array of fascinating presenters afterwards. So please give Martin a warm hand.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you, Naventus, for the opportunity to speak and attend this event. I've been following with interest the presentations this morning. There's a lot of exciting things going on. I'm also very pleased to see several of our clients and friends here, and I hope to make new acquaintances during the course of the rest of the day. Yeah, Martin Sandgren. I'm from Zettervalls. We're one of the biggest law firms in Sweden. We're full service. Of course, we do a lot of general business law advice, corporate capital markets, and etc. We're very active in the capital markets segment, both listings and bonds. But we also do a lot of work, and particularly I, and my team, I head up the energy and infrastructure practice at the firm. So we have a big focus on that, and particularly renewables, which is a very big part of our business over the last couple of years, and we see it will be in the foreseeable future too. So it's very interesting to be here today. So we deal with wind as a big part, solar. I've done biogas, waste-to-energy projects, district heating, electromobility is becoming big within the area now. We're not talking so much about that today. That's the smaller scale part of it, but electricity being plugged into it. And transmission, not least transmission and storage of energy or electricity, which is a big part of this energy transition we're in. Enough about us and what we're doing. I think that was here. I'm not so big on slides for this. So I think we all know the background and the drivers of why we're here today and what's going on. We have the global warming, a lot of CO2 emissions. We need this change to renewables and more sustainable sources. And we're taking this a little bit from a Swedish perspective. I know there are a lot of companies and investors with international perspective here today, and if you look at developing new technologies, much of the market may be internationally. I mean, we have experience from that too. I mean, we very recently closed an offshore floating wind project in France, for example. But here, this is more of a Swedish perspective on what's been driving it here, and also regulatory and other aspects and challenges from an investor's perspective if you're investing in Sweden. So it's interesting to see it in relief then to many other countries. And I've done a lot of work in Africa, for example, over the years. There is the opposite. So one reason why the Swedish market is very hot today, it's very simple, we take it for granted. It's political stability, low corruption levels, even if there's few wrinkles here on that in the last few years, but that relatively speaking, it's very open. We have no foreign investment restrictions really, and no capital flow restrictions really either. It's a very transparent market, and for the last soon 5 years, it's been a very stable political regime for investments in Sweden through the energy deal of 2016, which even if the market was big before, created a real boom. So there's been a tremendous amount of investments in Sweden since then. Also driven by the lowering of costs of the more mature renewable technologies, primarily wind. If you look at volumes of new investments, that's where you see the main part of it. And then one driving factor there too is that Sweden, compared to many other European countries in the neighborhood, has a basically lower cost of investment for that. Also, we have a lot of land, and up north, and wind conditions are good, which has driven that. But to get to the core to this, what are some of the challenges or peculiarities in the Swedish regulatory and legal regime which affects investors in this market? This goes both for wind and all type of renewable energy, or at least electricity. So this is more when you get to the development of projects and building things stage. Before that, when you look at developing the technologies in itself, I mean, that's pretty much an open field. But you need to keep this in mind when you're developing the technologies and also raising finance for projects. So one of the main things going on at the moment, and been going on for some time, and is related to the subsidy system in Sweden. So in Sweden, for renewable energy, or actually for renewably produced electricity, there's something called the electricity certificate system. I know there are differences here in experience with this, but for those of you who are not familiar with it, basically the way that renewable electricity has been subsidized, and still is to some extent in Sweden, is it's not by a feed-in tariff, by a guaranteed price, but that suppliers of electricity to consumers have an obligation to have a certain percentage of renewable electricity in its mix. And if they don't have that, they pay penalties. So they basically then buy renewable electricity from producers of that, and there are certificates for that in order to prove that you have that. So this system was introduced, I think it was around 2003, and there was sort of like a curve for increasing quotas, since we require higher and higher levels of renewables in the system. And that was based on a projection of that we would reach certain levels at certain points in time. So what has happened is that we basically have reached today the goals we had for 2030, which has led to that those certificates, which have a price, they're traded in the market. So basically you can choose between having the certificate, which has a market value, or you pay the penalty to the government. So the certificate costs a little bit more than what the penalty would cost. But since there's more of these certificates than one expected at this point in time, the price has collapsed, which has led to that many of the original investors in this, the business models are not really working any longer, since they had assumed that the market would develop in line with the expectations. So this is sort of like the backside of the coin for some of the investors of the fast build-out of renewables. So if you're a new investor today, you need to, you probably should almost disregard this system, because it's going to be phased out over the next couple of years, whereas in any event it ends at 2030. But the key point is that the value of those certificates is very low. And if you're investing in an older project, you need to keep it in mind too. Another key aspect for bringing the developments up to even higher level is that the Swedish, even if there's very limited bureaucracy in Sweden, the permitting and application process for new projects is fairly slow, and it's a dual system where you might need 2 permits, at least for larger projects, because you need both a building permit and an environmental permit. For smaller projects, they're basically combined. But it's dual processes, and there are also other authorities which have influence over the permits. The processes are pretty slow, take a long time, not least because the responsible authority doesn't really have the resources it needs to handle the applications quickly, not least of a process of testing again the permits for small hydropower plants, basically thousands of these. So the authority is overloaded by that. In addition to that, there is a big uncertainty with a municipal veto. So you need to keep this in mind, that the municipalities where you are developing the project have the right at the beginning and basically throughout the entire permitting process up until you start building to stop the project, even if they've said yes before. And there are some unpleasant surprises for investors that after a change in government, and the local government, after an election, that they've changed their mind. This is under review. There's been hearing rounds, and there are proposals to either abolish or limit that veto right. But until then, you need to ensure that you have a very good relationship with the municipality in order to avoid them using their veto. Since the risk there is that if you're very advanced in your process and they say no, that you have sunk costs of developing and cannot go on with the project. A couple of other things, not so much the legal in itself, but closely related to it, because these things are done by regulated organizations. There's basically a bottleneck in grid, or grid capacity, or in local capacity. So when a lot of new electricity is built up north and needs to be transported down south to the regions we are in and down to Skåne, the grid is not big enough really to carry that and efficiently get the electricity where it needs to be. So similarly, as much as they need investment in the power production, the grid and the transmission, and also, as we see, storage, intermittent storage at least, for the electricity overnight or when it is needed, particularly if it's wind power. That is one of the other bottlenecks in the system in Sweden, in addition to transmission. Another factor to keep an eye on is that the energy deal is weakening. Even if it's there with all the main parties since 2016, it appears that the conservatives or the moderates or the Democrats, they are at least partially not supporting it any longer. There's a lot of debate on whether to carry on or whether to start decommissioning nuclear or not. We are involved in some of these discussions. You might know that one of the reactors, which is of sort of like 700 megawatts, if I recall correctly from the top of my head, was closed down in December. And the next one is expected to be closed down during the course of this year. So that's creating some political instability, even if it is not a complete disruption of it. And I think these are some of the main challenges which you need to keep in mind when you're investing in Sweden. And there are not big clouds on the sky, but you just need to be aware of them and deal with them and work with them. Just very quickly, last thing on trends. I think I mentioned it, projects are getting bigger and bigger. There's a tremendous amount of foreign investment into Sweden in this area. If you look at new power plants, at least, wind, which is basically the vast majority of that is foreign capital. So a lot of opportunities there for both Swedish investors to pick it up and for more foreign capital. And the other big trend, I would say, that's big corporate PPAs. We're hearing here about the big electricity-intensive industries. They are entering into long-term electricity supply agreements. You have big tech giants like Google and Amazon that put their service up in the north of Sweden, ensure that they get long-term supply, 15, 20-year-long contracts, which then basically make it possible to finance this big new wind farms in our power plants. So that's a very big driving factor too. I think that was my main observations from an investor perspective as a player in the legal market for services for the renewables industry. And the floor is open for questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Martin Sanken.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think this was not intended to be a Q&A after this one, because
Okay,
we're
yeah.
pretty much on the time scale. You are around, so
I'm
you can
around,
take questions during the lunch
Absolutely.
break. All right. Thank you very
Thank
much
you,
for
Katarina.
ironing out some of the complications here. The next company, Eolus Wind, you all know of. It's a fantastic journey they have done, and we have with us here Per Vitaliasson, who will present what's going on further into the future for Eolus Wind. And those of you following us online on the Naventus Summit app, and those of you in the room, please write down your questions to Per. Give him a warm. There you are.
Hi everyone, yes, I'm Per Vitaliasson, CEO of Eolus. Happy to be here to present a little about the wind industry and especially about Eolus. This, I think, is a fantastic picture. This can be workplace that is a little different compared to our offices. Here, Johan is standing on the top of the nacelle of Vestas turbine. His workplace is 94 meters up in the air. He has a great view, some days at least. And you really see the proportions and how big the wind turbine really is when you see it this close. But this is an old picture. This is from a turbine and wind farm we built back in 2015. It's a Vestas V112 model. And the number when you speak about wind turbines models are the rotor diameter, 112 meters diameter of the circle that the blades sweep over. So meaning that the blades are 56 meters long, and then the tip height is 150 meters in this case. This would be hopelessly outdated to build in Sweden today. Referring to Vestas models, the largest turbines we are building now and will have in operation in 2020, they have 150 meter rotor diameter compared to 112 meters. So that means 80% more swept area to harvest the energy from the wind that passes the rotor and convert it into electricity. And of course, that is really one of the most significant drivers for the rapid development of wind and the build out of wind that we see in Sweden, in the Nordics, and globally. So, Eolus, we're developing renewable projects, being wind projects, solar PV, it could be wind offshore, and also storage, energy storage. We're developing projects. We enter into sales agreement with investors. We construct the facilities on behalf of the investors. We deliver turnkey facilities to the investors, and we operate them on behalf of the investors. So we don't own wind farms or other renewables ourselves. We've been in the business since 1990, so 30 years in the business. We have our headquarters in Hässleholm in Skåne, about 40 employees. We're listed at the stock exchange, Nasdaq Stockholm at mid-cap, and with a market cap of about 3 billion SEK. And we have built about 15% or so of all the wind power installed in Sweden. And besides Sweden, we're active in Norway, Finland, the Baltic states, and also in the southwestern USA. I shouldn't bore you with the numbers, but we had a turnover last year of 2 billion SEK. And Eolus has always been profitable on the last line each year, but for 2015, 2016. And the board has told me that that cannot happen one more time. Key aspects of investing in the Nordics. I agree with everything that Martin just said in his speech regarding the opportunities and challenges. And there's been a lot of things, and are a lot of things going on in the Nordic markets. So we can build large-scale projects. The energy agreement from 2016, yes, has been weakened, but still already 90 billion SEK has been committed to be invested in Swedish wind since the agreement was made. And that's the reason why we'll see such a really large increase of Swedish wind in the coming years. Well, quite well-functioning markets, possibilities for foreign investors to invest in euros. Electricity is traded in euros, so it also, and turbines are bought in euros, so it limits the currency exposure for many of the foreign investors. Good winds, quite okay grids. Of course, you have to find the right spots to build your wind farms where it's really needed and where it's possible to connect to the grid. And the technology continues to develop. The largest turbines now presented by the manufacturers for onshore wind, they have rotors like up to 170 meters of diameter. And you can imagine what that makes to add those meters at the outer border of that circle. And that of course pushes cost of energy further down. And it's also important the phase out of the support regimes. Yes, the really low prices of electricity certificates, it hurts the one who invested early, and those are the ones who need it most. But for new projects, we and all the other developers in the market for several years ago took the standpoint that we will not make ourselves dependent on any subsidiaries. All projects has to be done on grid parity levels. I will see an increasing trend for corporate PPAs, power purchase agreements, long bilateral agreements. And this is also demonstrated in the last statistics from the Swedish Wind Energy Association. The line furthest down is the number of wind turbines installed at each year end in Sweden. So we had 4,100 turbines installed by the end of 2018. The middle line is the capacity in megawatt, and the line on top is production in gigawatt hours. And Sweden has a consumption of about 135 terawatt hours per year, so 135,000 gigawatt hours. So that is what you should compare those numbers with. And looking ahead, you see that, yes, the number of wind turbines will increase, but not by that much. Until 2022, the forecast is that we will have 5,400 turbines compared to 4,100 today. But the installed capacity will increase, so meaning that we will have larger and larger turbines, and the production will increase even more, meaning that the efficiency of the turbine will increase, which of course supports lower cost of energy. So the forecast is that until 2022, the production will double from Swedish wind in just those few years. And we know that that is going to happen because the investment decisions for that are already taken, construction has started, and the wind farms will be taken in operation. And returning to Eolus, yes, we see the same for us, looking at what we have installed from 1991 when we built our first turbines and up till today and until 2021. We expect to have installed about 1,800 megawatts until the end of 2021. Looking at the partners and investors that we have worked with in the recent years, we see a variety of investors. We have fund managers, asset managers like MEAG, being the asset manager of Munich Re, one of the largest reinsurance companies in the world. We've done several deals with them. We have EWZ, that is the utility of the city of Zurich. And we have, as mentioned, tech companies investing in long-term PPAs to supply mainly their data centers. So we've done several deals with Google and also with Amazon for our first US project. And what is also really important is the heavy electricity using industry like Alcoa, Norsk Hydro, Elkem, Boliden, and companies like that. When they invest in long-term PPAs, they do it just because it's the cheapest way of sourcing electricity for the coming decades. These are the projects that we work with, and you have followed Eolus in the recent years. You know that we communicate about what we call the 900 million euro plan. It's these 8 projects, and we said this is what you can expect from Eolus until 2021. We have delivered the Sundsvall cluster, being Kråktorpet, Genås, and Nylandsbergen, and the Jönköping project, Söterfällan. So we now have handed over them to the investors, and we operate them on behalf of them. Bäckhammar in Värmland and Stigafjället in the area of Stavanger in Norway are under construction. We have just started construction also of our largest project, Øyfjellet in Norway, 400 megawatts. And also our California project, Windwall, and I'll come back to those two. So we expand our asset management services. The investors, especially the financial investors, they don't want to build up operation units of themselves, so they want us to take care of their facilities, and we're happy to do so. A couple of words about the Øyfjellet project. It's located in the mid of Norway, but outside a small city called Mosjøen. It's a city with only like 13,000 inhabitants. But in that city, Alcoa has one of the largest, probably the largest aluminium meltery in Norway. So they are consuming enormous amounts of electricity, at least more than 2 terawatt hours per year. So there is the fjord, a deep harbor, and just opposite the fjord, this mountain rises 600, 700, 800 meters, almost vertical up from the fjord. And on top of that mountain, we have been successful in developing this project, where we can build a wind farm of 400 megawatts, producing about 1.3 terawatt hours of electricity per year. And with the technological development, we can do it with only 70 to 75 wind turbines. And we managed to succeed to do a PPA with Alcoa back in 2018. And this, I think, is really important because they want to secure long-term power prices. And this was the cheapest way to do it. They could of course, buy hydro, which there's abundance of in Norway. They could buy from nuclear or whatever. But the cheapest way to source it for this long term was from a new built wind farm just opposite their facility. That's very important to bear in mind. We hope to have this in operation by the end of 2021. And you can follow how the project progresses on both the webpage and the Instagram. Another interesting project is our wind wall project. It was built in mid-80s, and you can see, it's small pictures, but you can see how it looks. And you who have been in California, in the area of Tehachapi, northeast of Los Angeles, or in the Palm Springs area, you know how it looks. And it does not look pretty, I cannot say. But here is a wind farm with 400 old Vestas turbines, Vestas V19, with really small rotors. So we have now removed them. We will replace them with 13 new Vestas turbines V126. And we can reduce the grid connection and some of the transformer stations. We can renovate them and reuse. And the new wind farm will produce 3.5 times more electricity compared to what the old 400 turbines did. That's really showing the technical development over just a few decades. And we managed to secure a PPA with Amazon Web Service for that wind farm. So we hope to have it in operation this autumn. And finally, a look at our current portfolio. We have almost 6,000 megawatts under development in these different markets. And it's important also to know that everything is not like it is in Sweden or in the Nordics. So a quite big portion of our portfolio is now solar PV and energy storage. And especially they are in the southwestern US, where we have, of course, much more production from a solar PV facility, and also a much higher need for storage, since they are so blessed with hydro as we are in Sweden. Thank you.
Jeremy. Thank you very much, Per. I'm happy I'm not having this job with the vertigo. That would be, it looks scary, but beautiful. Thank you for your presentation. We have quite a few questions from you here on the app. One is, can you handle even larger projects? I mean, the one in California is big and the one in Norway is big, but how big can you go?
Yes, I mean, in the US, everything is bigger, always. So these are quite small projects compared to the largest wind farm, I mean, in the Midwest or so. Of course, large projects.
Do you have that
can be
capacity to be in that competition?
Yes, we can never be a major player in the US, for instance. We have to focus on where we really can make a difference. But we can absolutely do larger projects.
Thank you. Have you seen large corporate demands for PPAs?
Yeah, yes, of course. As we see Google, Amazon, Alcoa, and we see increasing interest from the Swedish electricity-intense industry. Absolutely.
Thank you. This is more of a comment than a question, actually. Eolus, your growth is going forward. Your growth going forward could be more predictable as the Swedish energy agreement is in place, and your market share of 15% must make more interesting from foreign institutional investors like Google. Do you agree on this comment? What are reflections on this topic of the legal agreement or the energy agreement in Sweden?
Yeah, yes, I think it's much about words from the politicians now. We have shown, we and others, have shown how much can be done in a short time, and you cannot stop the train now.
Great. Can you tell us some more about your progress within the energy storage area? What technology and when do you expect the system to be on the market?
Yes, we're not developing any own technology. The energy storage systems are mainly battery storage for the solar PV farms in California, Nevada, Arizona. You have to be able to store the electricity overnight. But we're also working with the standalone battery storage projects in the larger cities of the area.
Great. Any questions in the room? Hand up, microphone coming along. And you know, those of you that are not present in the room, you can ask questions via the app.
Hi, Per. My name is Robert.
Hi.
Would you mind commenting a little bit on how your development will look after 21? How much will be wind projects and other business?
Yes, on the last slide, there was a showing our project portfolio. You can see what we have a different kind of projects in the different markets, and also in our last report, we also announced what projects we are focusing on beyond 2021, which project we prioritize to build in the years 2022 to 2025. But they're smaller. So some of them are, yes, they're smaller. There are no such exceptional projects like Öjfjället, apart from a large solar PV project in Arizona, which is like 450 megawatt. But many of the projects now are smaller. It's more a focus in Sweden. It's more a focus on the southern parts of Sweden, where the need is higher and electricity prices are higher and grid costs are lower.
Well, thank you very much, Per Vitaliusson, for your presentation and your answer to the questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Absolicon. Excellent, you're here. Johan Byström, it'll be fascinating to hear what you're going to tell us.
Yes.
Joachim, it says. That was a bit quick. Thank you.
So, hello. I'm Joachim Byström from Absolicon, and usually I start to ask, how many here already own Absolicon shares? Let's see. Yes, good. Well, we are a few people. We have 3,500 owners in Sweden. According to Deloitte, we are the second quickest growing hardware company in Sweden. We are on Spotlight with about 20 million euro market cap, and we are aiming for the Nasdaq main market. And you will now get a very flood of slides to partly show you some background and then a little about Absolicon. And for most audience, I have cut out this background, but I think for you it could be useful. Yes, as Greta Thunberg says, our house is on fire. And in the Paris Agreement that you all know, we need to limit to 2 degrees, but aim for 1.5. Everyone knows that. But what not so many people know is to manage that, we need to get net zero emissions of greenhouse gases in the second half of this century. And I think this about zero hasn't really stuck into the mind of businesses. And it must look like this if we are going to manage the 1.5 degree roadmap, that we cut the emission by half every 10 years. So today we emit 40 gigaton of CO2, and then we need to cut to 20 gigaton in 2030, to 10 gigaton in 2040, and to 5 gigaton in 2050. And at the same time, we need to invent new technology that can take CO2 from the air and put it back into the ground. So the blue line here, that is CO2 being put back into the ground. So if you went here by car, your grandchildren need to find that CO2 in the air and put it back into the ground. So this is what it needs to look like if we're going to manage 1.5 degree. And this is how we have run humanity up to now. We have just built more coal power plants when we needed more energy. And we need to find a new way to solve this, because the world's energy need will continue to increase. In the past, that would just mean burning more oil, but now we need to find something else to fill up this gap between the need of humanity and what we get from fossil fuel. And wind power, of course, will be an important part, something like here. The only energy source that we can use to power mankind is solar. There is no other renewable energy source that is abundant. And at the same time as we are going to do this decrease by half every 10 years, we are going from 7.4 billion people on Earth and 1 billion middle class to being 10 billion people and 4 billion middle class. And it's us middle class people who actually put some strain on the ecosystems. And we will quadruple to 2050. So this is a double challenge, cutting the CO2 by half every 10 years and quadruple the economy at the same time. And out of this, in the end of this century, there will be, today there are 1 billion people in Africa. In the end of the century, it will be 4 billion people in Africa. So that's a lot of growth. Another challenge is that if we're going to stay below the limits put by the scientists, we have already emitted about half of the CO2 that we can emit. So we still can emit some, but we have found this much oil and coal and gas. So not only we need to decrease by half every 10 years, we need also to get those countries and companies who own these resources to keep their fossil fuel in the ground. And this will be a huge diplomatic challenge. And I did this diagram 5 years ago, and then we had 1,000 gigatons left, but we emit 40 gigatons every year. So now we emitted 200 more. So now we actually spent 1,500, and we only have 800 left. So those 5 years we literally wasted not handling this problem. Because in the past, to get more electricity, you just built more coal plants. But today, renewable electricity is bigger than the fossil when it comes to investments. $300 billion were invested in wind and solar, and only 177 in fossil and nuclear. So you have this number, but still the oil companies, they invest $800 billion in finding new oil and gas and coal extractions. So even though we have already found much more than we can burn, they still invest $800 billion every year. And so for the electricity, we have already won. Renewable is cheaper. Elon and other companies will actually manage this. So why do they invest 800 billion in new findings? Well, that is because electricity is only 20%. So in electricity, the fossil is toasted. but it's only 20%. If you look at one of my important messages today is that heat is half of the energy consumption. And if we look at the industry that consumes a third of the global final energy use, you see they use some small electricity here, but the main is heat. And if we take all those fantastic investments in solar and wind, it's just like this. So the whole renewable electricity sector, they have a lot of work to do to replace all the coal-powered plants and all the gas plants, and they need to fix the transport sector. But someone needs to care about the heat. Yeah, that's us. We have a part of that puzzle at least. So remember this figure, 20% electricity, 30% transport, and 50% heat. And for the electricity now, we have this fantastic development in wind and solar. On the transport, Elon Musk is revolutionizing the transport sector, and also the trucks and the boats and the planes will have new solutions. And for the heat, we need to use the sun, to use solar panels and solar collectors to produce renewable heat. To communicate this, we have created a logo type to show this, that heat is half. So next time I stand here, I will have this button, you know, and I will give you out one button to all of you saying heat is half, so you really remember it. So to handle this, we have developed a solar collector. We started in 2002 that focused the light in the narrow line on a black pipe. It works like a magnifying glass and can create temperature up to 160 degrees. These solar fields that we build, then they heat an accumulator, and then you have a heat exchanger, and then you feed energy to an industry or to a city. And the solar collector we have developed is the world's most efficient concentrating collector. It has 76% optical efficiency. So 76% of the direct sunlight coming into the collector is converted into heat. So that's an efficiency that you can try to beat with 76%. And we're also the only small parabolic trough in the world to have the solar key mark certification. To get this high efficiency, it's a combination of building a really good mechanical design and using top-notch research materials. We have a self-cleaning nano-coated glass, we have a silver reflector, and we have a magic pipe which absorbs all the light in the visible spectrum, but that emits no infrared light. So it keeps all the heat inside. So Absolicon is the research company having developed this kind of solutions. And this is the real thing. This is a field of Absolicon collectors heating a part of Härnösand. A sunny day, our collectors put 5% of the heat of the whole city. So what we have done is an optimized solar thermal system for industries and district heating up to 160 degrees. This is our, you could say, innovation. And compared to the old technology with flat solar thermal panels, we get 50% higher output in Denmark for a solar field with the same area and the same investment. So it's a really revolution to how to produce solar heat. But we are mainly now aiming at the industry. And many people think that if you buy a beer, for example, it is produced by electricity. No. All the processes in a brewery is run by heat. And the heat is coming from an oil burning standing in the back of the factory. So the mashing, the bottle washing, the pasteurization, the cleaning of the pipes, all this is run by steam in pipes coming from an oil burner. So in a typical brewery, a third of the electricity production a third of the energy production is electricity, and 2/3 are heat. Of course, they use some electricity because they have some laptops, you know, and some lights. But the main energy consumption is heating. It's the same with the dairy, you know, milk. The main process is pasteurizing the milk with heat. But you also have the separation. And if you do dry milk, you need to boil away all the water. And here also has the cleaning. So in a typical brewery, a quarter is electricity and 3/4 are heat. So when we look at fixing the world's energy supply, the electricity is already solved because renewable electricity is already cheaper than the fossil. And you can see the multinationals now, one by line, lining up to promise to have 100% renewable electricity. But they also need to fix the 3/4 that is heat. And that you do with parabolic concentrators. So a typical brewery or dairy, they have 1/4 electricity and 3/4 of heat. And the electricity will come in the future for photovoltaic cells with 18% efficiency and storage of the electricity in batteries. And the heat, it must come from parabolic troughs, making steam. You have 76% efficiency, and you store the heat in hot water tanks. Heat is really easy to store compared to electricity. So if I want you to bring something from my presentation, it is heat is half, and that there is 2 energy sources, PV and solar thermal. So that's an important message here. Then we come to Absolicon and our business idea. Okay, we have developed the best parabolic trough in the world for industries. But what we sell is robotized production line. So we have packaged all our patents and all our knowledge into these machines where we have 2 large ABB robots producing the collectors. When we produced the collectors in the beginning, we made 2 collectors every day, but they were the best in the world. But we can't change the energy supply of the world by making 2 collectors every day. So we developed this production line, and now we can do 1 collector every 6 minutes. So this produced 50 megawatt per year of solar thermal collectors. And we have protected this with 10 patent families. We have already sold the first production line to China. So this is sold and paid and delivered. And now we are working all over the world to sell both production lines, but also to introduce our solar collector. And recently we announced the last one, so now we have 3 production lines where we have signed framework agreements: South Africa, Kenya, and Cyprus. And those 3 markets, we cooperate with multinationals that want to buy the solar collectors. But the deal for each one of this is the production line is 4 million euro, they pay 4% license fee, and they have to buy 30% of the material from Absolicon, the high-tech stuff, the pipe, the glass, the reflector. Next step now is the multinationals. And we work with several of them. And just a few weeks back, we signed an agreement with AB InBev that produce Budweiser and Corona beer. And we are now building a small pilot for them in Mozambique. And if this succeeds, they will buy 20,000 square meters in an investment of about 5 million euro. So InBev is the largest brewery company in the world with 50 billion in turnover and 40% EBITDA. They have 260 breweries, and they have committed to reduce the CO2 emissions by 25% to 2025. And they've selected Absolicon as one of their accelerator companies that they would like to spread to all their breweries. The other interesting thing is another big company, the Saline Water Conversion Corporation. They are the largest desalination company in the world, in Saudi Arabia. They produce 5 million tons of fresh water every day. So in Saudi Arabia, 50% of all the fresh water they drink is desalinated, and 40% is groundwater. But the groundwater is running out, so they need to find a new solution. And guess how they are making their desalinated water today? Of course, they're burning oil. And they think that maybe they can use the sun instead. So we work with many of those multinationals now to find this kind of deal. So I hope to be able to announce more largest company in the world deal here in the future. So Absolicon, we have put financial targets to have 10 million euro turnover, positive cash flow, and 50% margin on the production lines in 2022. And we are also aiming for the Nasdaq main market. And last year, I had a presentation round like this, and we took in 9 million Swedish. And this was a sales campaign that led to 3 signed framework agreements. And now it's no reason for us to take in just a little money. So now we are taking in 50 million in expansion capital from Absolicon. And that is closing the 12th of March on Thursday. So you can buy shares for 110 each. But we are also trying to involve a few larger investors to get access to those financial structures. Okay, this was the background. Yeah,
Interrupt
sorry.
you now. I'm sorry. We have the time frame to hold on to.
But did I take 20 minutes already?
Yes.
Yes.
We do have questions for you that I think people would like to get some answers for. What is the lifetime of the parabolic troughs? Is it largely dependent on where they are operating?
The lifetime, I usually say it's the same as a window. That it's a glass, it doesn't really wear. You know, a solar PV panel, it decreased 1% every year. But these materials that we work with, they don't degrade. So you have the same output every year for at least 25 years.
Mm-hmm. How about competition?
We are the only company in the world to sell this kind of production lines. There are a few making this kind of parabolic troughs, but there's no one having the same efficiency as ours. Mm-hmm. And what we hope is that if they can build a small market, we can actually sell them a production line. So competitors are our future customers.
All right, let's see if we have any questions in the room. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and best of luck with your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next company, next runner-up is Puro, and we have with us Antti Vihavainen. Please enter the stage and give us your story. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you or speak to you initially and then have a dialogue, hopefully. So Joachim previously showed the light blue line going slowly upwards. That was the CO2 sequestration or CO2 removal or the CO2 negative emissions line. And Puro is all about that. Moving from high carbon intensity production to low carbon intensity is necessary. However, reaching net zero requires the removals, and that's what we are going to talk about. So our mission is to reverse the climate change by accelerating the CO2 removal from circulation. And we do that by making the various methods of removal comparable with each other. We make them verified so that we can trust that it has really happened, and tradable. We turn that into a digital tradable asset. As said, from the perspective of the climate, the #1 priority is to reduce emissions, to reach this low carbon economy. There's a lot of activity there, there's lots of regulation, lots of good things going on, such as the EU emission trading system, which is going to expand in the future. But what we focus on, the only thing that we focus on, is removals. So, each one of us, be it an individual, a corporation, a city, a country, or continent, whatever it is, can reduce our emissions. And we should do that. It's our obligation to do that. So the question is, how could we outsource our emission reductions to somebody else? Now, this is the way carbon markets have functioned so far. We have outsourced the emission reductions to somebody who are supposedly not responsible for doing it for themselves. Now, this story is sort of running out, and we need to start figuring out how to remove it. And the carbon removal operations are rare, and they do need stimulation. And that's where we come in. Our approach is based on materials and products that embody more carbon dioxide than their production emits. So the upward arrow over there is the emissions from the production. And in some cases, the amount of embodied carbon or sequestered carbon in the product is more than the emissions. So therefore, there's this net negative part that can be sort of decoupled from the product itself and turned into the digital tradable asset we call the cork, CO2 removal certificate cork. Now, the physical product can then be sold as carbon neutral. It cannot be sold as a carbon sink anymore because that would be double sales. So our sort of suppliers of negative emissions need to consider whether they can, benefit more from selling it separately or in combination with their product. So far, we have identified and documented 3 different methodologies, like we call them, or methods. Biochar is one of them. So previously, we actually had a discussion about related topic. So pyrolysis is used for creating biochar, and when that is used as a soil improvement or as an filter for different kinds of waters, for example, that then can be considered as a carbon sequestration method. The same applies to carbonated building elements, which is basically a concrete block that sequesters more CO2. It's made completely without cement. Instead, it's made with steel slag. And wooden building elements, we haven't maximized the amount of buildings that could be created with wood. So we need to stimulate that, and that's why we have taken it into this scheme. And we're constantly looking for new methods, and we have been approached by approximately 150 different companies since we launched, suggesting us to become suppliers either within the existing methods or proposing new methods to be included. All right, we are a marketplace, so we own the IPR for the cork, we own and run the registry, but also we run the marketplace where to trade with these. And so there needs to be buyers and there needs to be sellers. And we have 3 methods of trading. One of them is the auction, where the price is determined based on supply and demand. When the match happens, the revenue from the trade goes to the supplier, which in turns makes them more competitive. They can increase their marketing, they can lower their price in order to maximize the capacity that they have and then expand the capacity with the extra money. And obviously the buyer then can claim the climate service provided by this carbon sequestration. We take a 6% transaction fee at the moment from this. That's our business model. So, Microsoft has been carbon neutral since 2012. They have done it by buying emission reductions from others, from the emissions that they couldn't avoid themselves. A few weeks ago, or a month ago, they announced that they are going to become carbon net zero. They redefined the vocabulary related to this. And they said that they will now commit $100 million per year for the next 10 years to become carbon net zero and then draw out all the carbon dioxide that they emitted since 1975, which is pretty damn ambitious. There are other companies that have been doing the same kinds of announcements. Stripe was the first one. It's in the financial sector. They're a payment processor on the web e-commerce side. Shopify, Sky, British Petroleum, Detta, Swiss Re is big player on this. Repsol, AstraZeneca, Drax, Nestle, Patagonia. Huge companies and bigger ones coming along. These are what we call climate mature companies. So though they are from various fields, various sectors, they are not determined by geographical location, they are not determined by their size, but they are determined by their awareness of the climate issues, and how long have they been thinking about that? And yeah, so my guess is that your customers will start asking about your company's response to this same topic pretty soon. So it's good to think about, first reducing the emissions as much as possible, and then figuring out how to reach the carbon net zero. Can you bundle it to become, first sell one product as carbon neutral product, and then expand that to cover that the whole company. So there's a lot of talk about having to give up on many things due to climate change, and that's probably true in some cases, but very seldom do we speak about the fact that it provides new opportunities. This is what we are now talking about here in this room. It's all about this new type of economic activity. And many of them are quite established, like the wind energy and solar energy. But this is the sort of new activity that is sort of slowly now emerging. So obviously investing in companies that produce negative emissions, that run these carbon net negative businesses, can be a good opportunity for you and your companies. But in addition to that, obviously there's a bunch of other new economic activity around verifying the emissions. I believe there's our partner DNVGL present here today, who does this verification for us that the emissions have indeed been sequestered. Project developers, at the moment the ticket size is quite small. It's around from 2 to 50 million euros for expansion of these current facilities, but they will grow. So it will become an interesting opportunity for you guys as well. All kinds of intermediators, consultants and researchers are needed on these fields as well. All right, just an example. Swiss Re is one of the companies, one of the pioneering companies that have launched their CO2 net zero program, and their slogan is to do their best and remove the rest, which really makes sense to me at least. And so they have been active on this field since 2003, but now they realize that it's not going to be enough. Quite recently, a couple of weeks ago, they announced that they have used our marketplace for removing some of their emissions, and now they are sort of turning more towards that direction in the near future. All right. I think we missed one slide for some reason from here, but I was supposed to tell you that we've started working on Puro full-time in August 2018. On March 2019, pretty much 1 year ago, we invited 22 companies to a meeting where we started to work on the marketplace rules and the methodologies. Then we, those were the main tasks initially. Then we specified the technical platform to run the registry and the marketplace. We, received claims from the suppliers. We verified them. We issued certificates, and we ran an auction. We sent, made the matchmaking and sent invoices, all within 71 days. So setting up a carbon market is not that difficult. We don't have to spend many years in committees figuring this out. We can do it quite fast. Now, 6 auctions later and 2 new business models later, we are about to be spun off from our parent company, Fortum, which is a Nordic utility. Probably everybody knows Fortum at least a bit. So this is, so we are going to become a sort of a regular startup with multiple investors in the near future. We will also have a ecosystem meeting taking place next week. You're all invited to join that. It's online event next Monday on the 16th. You can find that link from our website, from our front page. Just scroll down to the blogs and you'll find the invitation to, or registration link to join the event. If you have any more questions, then feel free to reach out to me at antti@puro.earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please join me here.
Thank you.
So questions from the app here. What will the market look like in the coming years? What is your prognosis?
It will be interesting to see. At the moment, the first guys that came to the market, wanted to open it like Stripe. They have issued a sort of a request for proposals for buying net negative emissions from individual projects, and I don't think that that's a very efficient way of doing it. We believe that it would be better to have a standardized solution. If everybody starts to figure out what constitutes a negative emission, it becomes really difficult. So what we are striving for is to establish a standard or minimum requirements for negative emissions, and then work on those.
This is obviously one function that you will have on the market. What other effects do you think your business model and your company will have on the market?
I think we really aim to change the nature of discussion from this slightly fishy CDM, clean development mechanism based carbon credits to something that is verified and trustworthy. And so we would avoid these nasty discussions. For example, in Sweden there has been during the past autumn where it has been sort of doubted whether they make a difference.
And that's of course detrimental to the process.
Exactly.
Who are your owners?
Owners, yeah. So Fortum is the.
Besides from Fortum, it's just Fortum right now.
At the moment, yes, it is. But like I said, within the next couple of months, we are going to spin it out and have hopefully other investors as well.
Great. I'd like to ask you a little bit more about the suppliers of this.
Yeah.
I mean, could you give some examples on what type of processes that can supply the product that you're actually selling?
Yeah, so biochar is a good example, and wooden building elements is another one. I think both of them are, businesses on their own, but they do not flourish the way they should. And there are, once we make them visible, and make them, generate a new revenue stream to them, we enable them to grow and enable them to, make a difference in this sort of a new carbon removal economy.
And so far, is it more Scandinavian companies that are in this portfolio of yours, or what can you say about this?
At the moment, it is indeed Scandinavian, but as we speak, we have the verification process ongoing in Austria, Germany, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, and North America, so in the US. So it's expanding pretty rapidly.
Thank you. Do we have questions in the room? Hand microphone ready? Hey, over here. This side, Emma.
Yeah, thanks. I was just curious about the standard that you talk about. With the new methods, what's the duration of the net carbon that needs to occur when you consider new approaches, new methods?
Good question.
Good question. We've set the bar to 50 years. So
50?
Yes, 50. 50 years is sufficient to take the carbon away for a duration that is, long enough for the human emissions to reach a downward slope. If it was 10 or 20 years, then we'd be sort of, potentially releasing it right when the situation is at its worst. So hopefully, by that time, by 50 years or 60 years, we will be going well towards the downward slope.
Any more questions? Well, we know we need to halve, as you said, in every 10 years, and that means if we do the exponential drop, we need to minimize roughly by 7% every year.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah,
So
that's right.
that's a pretty steep drop.
Indeed.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Antti, and best of luck with your fantastic work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to stand up for just 2 minutes, not leaving the room because you've been sitting for a while, so we have some blood into your brains for the panel discussion. We have 2 panel discussions today, and just walk on the spot, move your shoulders a bit, and those of you at home in your desk or in your chair, you might want to do the same thing, but do not go and take coffee because there is none, I think. We'll need to have some people listening to the panel discussions. All right, that's it. Take a seat again, please. Just a little stand-up helps a lot. The next point, the next step on this agenda is a talk. And the topic is electricity generation shift towards renewables reaching new peaks with the Nordics in lead with their available financing opportunities. And I'd like to welcome back on stage Niklas Holmberg. Please take a seat here. One of the thrones, it almost looks like, a beautiful chair. And Martin Sandgren, again, please, there you are. Martin, please take a seat. And we have with us also a new person on stage, Rafael Guedes. You are a senior researcher at KTH Energy Department. Please take a seat. Wonderful, an applause, please.
Hi, Niklas. Hi, nice meeting you.
So it's wonderful to have a researcher scientist with us on this stage. That's, well, some of you are also, of course, but we need your expertise in this panel. Sweden and the Nordics have an impressive, as we know, energy mix when it comes to renewables in comparison with many other regions in the world. And this fact is well known and draws attention, of course, from many actors, stock exchange, regulators, investors, and also to be in the forefront as we are. Niklas and Nasdaq, I'd like to start with you. How can this ecosystem benefit and promote this development that we're already seeing? How can your ecosystem that you're within them and Nasdaq really sort of enhance this what we see, this movement?
First of all, we are more like a generalist in terms of try to cover all the sectors. So we try to be there and try to understand what's happening in the market. And now when we have listed almost 15 companies for the last 2 years, we learn a lot. We are now members of Cleantech Scandinavia. We try to get all the kind of stats and information, talking to the broader investment base, institutional money, but also Avanza Nordnet, and to try to understand the trends in this sector. But in the end, we are not the stock picking guys. We are more like a platform. So what we want to do is create visibility for the company that lists with us, put them in front maybe of US investors. We have an ESG event in October in New York, where we invite together with Energimyndigheten. And we also try to, today I have a meeting with Berenberg, the German bank, to talk about if you're looking for opportunities to invest in this sector, you should look at Stockholm. You have the peers here, you have the upcoming companies, so that is our way of, contribute to have the growth. And so I think that's a really good complement to the private side.
Thank you. Martin, you have talked about, given us some good examples on the regulatory difficulties, but how can you, as Incentivehouse, in your framework, enhance this even further? I mean, this talk was of great value for the listeners, of course, but how can you, in your position, even further this development?
I mean, what we can do is to help identify the risks and the opportunities from a legal regulatory and wider policy perspective. I mean, we work quite broadly there. So we both are involved with government initiatives when they're looking at new types of legislation and projects within this area. So that's on the policy side. For the development of it, commenting on new legislations where you need that, but more importantly, on the individual basis with investors and other players in the market for individual investments or technologies or products to identify them in more detail than I did here. I just highlighted a few ones. So that's where we can provide the most value in a due diligence exercise when somebody's buying or investing, or when you're going to put this on the stock exchange with that industry's perspective which we have.
Thank you. And Rafael, from your scientist perspective, how can you help further this development?
Well, I think the research community has a lot to do in creating awareness as a non-biased entity for stakeholders and here industry, but also the state agencies like Energimyndigheten or so on, right? So, I mean, for instance, one of the risks, like Martin was saying, is we can learn from other countries who have deployed a lot of renewables. And then I see here that we're talking about investment at technology level and also at project level. So it's interesting that it's important to know that there should be policies, targeting both. Projects need to be developed, and then that means that we need to promote policies so that investors can invest in projects based on new technologies, so not only the mature technologies, for instance, and we don't have such a strong policies for that, besides all the risks that Martin already mentioned. So we can support the stakeholders in letting them know, yes, these are new technologies, this is how they compare to each other, but also this is how they can, in order for them to go through the valley of death, because we are very innovative in Sweden, right? But in order for them to survive through this valley of death, like after developing the technology, we need also the policy. We need to let them know, like, okay, this is the type of projects where they would benefit, and this is the type of schemes that could work to support these type of technologies, for instance. So I think that's one of the myriad roles that we can play as a university, for instance.
If we have in one hand regulations and the other one hand we have investments, how do you value this? I mean, what do we really need the most? Is it both? Or, I mean, please give us your view on this. I mean, obviously here are many investors, but we also need regulations, right Martin? And what could they look like?
Yeah, I mean, you need both. I mean, what is, to a large extent driving this now is a combination of regulation and investment. So regulation is enabling investment or channeling money. So it basically has to do with the overall, Paris Accord and the other initiatives to reduce CO2 emissions. Some of that is through soft legislation, and some is through much firmer. So it varies between countries. Some have legislated on legally binding CO2 emission targets. Some have not. In Sweden, it's a bit of a mixture. So I think it's more there, and I strongly believe that that regulation should be technology neutral, in the sense that the government should not say now it's wind, now it's solar, or whatever it is, but set up the goals. These are the goals we need to reach, and then it's up to the technology to develop the best technology to reach that goal. But then that might be in combination with dedicated government grants for basic research, primarily, and sometimes for applied research when it's becoming, in the second stage of before full commercialization.
I think from the investment side, it's again related to tech, because we have Spotify, Klarna, iSettle, and so on. We have so many really good examples. So the appetite of invest in tech comes a lot from that side. So now when we see good examples like PowerCell, Climion, and so on, have a good journey on the stock exchange, that of course gives a lot of attention, and that means that would attract a lot of good opportunities for other companies to be part of the fantastic journey that other companies like PowerCell and they had. So I think we need to have this. It's very important to have these really great examples.
And there's much word coming out now from the EU in terms of taxonomy and the new Green Deal. How would you say that this affects the market?
Well, if I might add something there, I think coming back to one of the issues that the CEO of Absolicon raised, right? It's electricity is not also everything. And then one of the trends we see from it's to electrify almost everything. That's one of the trends nowadays. It's important also that, coming back to the last question, regulation also, it's promoting, renewable heat, renewable transportation. And then, taxes is one of the ways to achieve that. So from a research point of view, I think it's very interesting to see what will happen when we set specific targets through promoted to taxes or anything at industry level, because that will really create a change. And then coupled to that is we can learn from other countries in the way that, we can continue to promote renewable electricity, but our current infrastructure is limited. So infrastructure is also something that needs to be supported. And then that's coupled to storage policies and so on, which in our country, we are very at the forefront of being agnostic and so on in terms of technology, but we don't have really strong policies for incorporating new storage, for instance, because we have hydro. But hydro will only cover the big transmission, not the distribution problems.
Well, we for sure have lots of distribution problems. I live in southern Sweden. There's lots of less investments in industries in that region, we know for sure, in this region because of transmission problems. How about risks? Which would you see are the major risks in investing in renewables, and how could you best manage the risks? I'm looking at you, Niklas, obviously.
Oh, yeah. That's a question that we discuss within the team a lot. Again, we are very proud, not just me working for NASDAQ, but I started when I was 15 years old and invested in early stage companies. So I think that the appetite for investing in growth companies really stands out for Swedes compared to you just need to move to Denmark and they're saving in their property or saving accounts. In the end, the reason for the growth is, of course, because it had been a good journey for the most of the people saving in equity. So now when we have so many new companies coming to the stock market in early stage, I hope that investors really take time to diversify their portfolio, because for sure not all of these companies would fly. So what we're trying to do is to help companies to need to understand that the shareholders, they are the best friends. They need how to communicate to the market, even if you're not selling your product for 1 year, maybe you can talk about the market in general. So more related to that, we are not really saying that you should invest in that company, but not in that one. That's not the exchange rule.
Of course. In terms of keeping oneself informed about what's going on in this market, how can researchers, and for instance KTH, be a provider, a good source of knowledge and information on what is actually going on in terms of innovation?
Yeah, you're right. I think one of the possibilities, of course, would be any consulting that is working on that, but another that is very close to investors or policymakers, and especially us being a state-owned university, we're non-biased. So we look into different technologies for generation, that meaning solar, thermal generation, or wind, etc. Also storage, and then also in the distribution and transmission, and we see how they compare, when is one technology better than the other, if that word fits, what values they offer, how the market can approach them, and so on. And we can, of course, work close, or my department at least, the energy department, we're trying to work close with industry such that either through research projects, but also we could, ad hoc provide services to see, well, this is how your technology will compare, or this is how other technologies are doing, whether you are an investor or a technology that is developing something or so on.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in the room that would like to be addressed to the panel? I didn't enter saying that in the beginning. Yes, we have one question over here. We need a microphone for the people following on the broadcast. Emma, let's see. Or somebody else in that corner. Otherwise, I'll just pop up. Here we go. In the middle here. Hands up, please. Thank you.
I've forgotten my question now. No, kidding. Any comments on the taxonomy proposal by the EU. For me, it seems like a great idea, but I thought experts in the field, is it something that you think will enhance investment?
Thank you. I've touched briefly on the taxonomy before, but please, who would like to answer the taxonomy? It's fairly new, all the propositions coming out. I think maybe you would like to add something to that, Martin?
Yeah, and I'm thinking about that myself, and we're analyzing that. I think it's very hard to say really what effect it will have. I mean, we need to look at the details of the implementation too, and the long-term effects. So I think it's unfortunately, at least from my perspective, too early to tell. So tentatively, yes, but I don't think it will have a huge impact.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yes, one over here to the side. It's okay. I can. You're all right?
Thanks a lot. Thanks. I just have a question about some of the developments on the technology sides are happening so quickly, and there's a lot of new innovation there. But then you look at the sort of the policy mix side, and the trends around developments there are slower or sluggish. And one of the the gentleman there about permitting came up as an example before. So in Sweden, in the context here, is there enough institutional capacity to bring the investors together with the technology innovators, together with the R&D, together with the policymakers to really create a kind of a sandbox approach where you can get the right policy mix accelerated on a faster basis?
Thank you.
I'm not 100% sure if I understood the question, but what we try to do, if you look into the institutional investor base in Sweden related to the rest of the Europe, when you hear about AP-fond, AP4, our state-owned pension fund, invest 1 million euro in a clean tech company, and you explain that for people C-level. I came from the EU C-level meeting talking about growth, and you meet the rest of they have never heard about that. But also the small and micro-cap funds. I was talking to a Swiss advisor, and she said, yeah, our small cap fund, they invest in 500 million euro companies and above. And here you have a complete different level. So when you look into Sweden, what really stands out, that we have built everything from legal advisors, financial advisors like Naventus, but also small and micro-cap funds. They are invested in a space that is not happening in the rest of Europe. So that's dynamic behind our phenomenous ecosystem, that every piece of the ecosystem have working with growth company. And again, I think that comes, of course, because of the success from Spotify, Klarna, and so on. So we have an appetite and interest to follow, be part of a growth journey.
Thank you. Please,
just
Martin,
one small
yes.
additional comment there to the governmental access aspect of that question. Yeah, I think relatively speaking, and I've worked in quite a few countries. I mean, Sweden is a very transparent company. The economy and the political system is transparent and non-hierarchical. So you would find here, compared to many other countries in the world, that it's easy to get access to politicians, to departments, even if they do not have formal hearing rounds or so for a development of a certain technology or a certain problem. I mean, it's not as easy to just call them up, but it is quite transparent. So you can do it yourself, or you can do it with their lobbyist advisors, but it's quite informal. And I think you would find that, relatively speaking, it's pretty easy to get that. And where it's most important to do it, I think, is where there would be then a sort of a need for either a regulation or a specific support for government infrastructure investments. The transmission system here is one example of that. So very simply put, if you're developing a technology for power generation, you know, there is less need for it, but when the physical infrastructure which transports those things around the country, that's basically one way or the other governmental responsibility. So if it's the interface with that, where I think is most important to have that dialogue.
Thank you. Raphael, from your research perspective, in terms of innovation, what, if you look in the 10 years ahead, what do you see? In terms of renewable technology, obviously.
I think storage. If I have to choose one word, it's storage. And then myriads of technologies of storage here, like electrochemical is one, thermal is another, chemical, like hydrogen or so on, they will all play a role here. So to really get to the goals, I mean, Sweden is aiming for 100% renewable electricity by 2040. Well, we need storage then for that. And we need policies in place, infrastructure in place to do that. So transmission and local distribution need to be established to support these storage technologies.
Thank you. You'll get the same question, by the way, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. In addition to, you know, general more efficient use of electricity, power, and energy. Here we have not talked much about the agricultural industry. If we're looking at reaching the CO2 emission targets, that's as important. But yeah, storage. You know, I've said since I started to work as an advisor to the renewables industry that, you know, production I think we've solved fundamentally. But if you could advance the microchip for energy storage, you know, the equivalent of that's what would change the entire game.
Thank you, Martin. Niklas, would you like to add? It's a bit tricky from your position, maybe, but like, what would you expect from, let's say, the market?
No, I think that what's shown today, hearing all the company talking, is a broad mix of different solutions to the climate problem, and for me to pick the winner, I think that will be a mix of everything. So again, to all these brave, fantastic entrepreneurs, I have not been smart myself to start a company, but I'm just happy to work in a system that works very well. So I hope that will continue in the future as well.
Well, thank you very much. Those are great final words for this panel up here, and give them a warm applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, ladies and gentlemen, we now have lunch. And we see each other back here at 20 after 1. And the lunch is in Vapensalen. And I think that's that direction. I'm sure there will be people be leading you to the lunch. And network, mingle, and let's meet back again at 20 after 1. Enjoy. And some networking. That's always one of the best things happening at the events like this, of course, to network. We now have a few more presentations of companies, and we also have one panel talk. And for those of you that just joined us, please go into the Naventus Summit app, and the code, if you're not already in the app, is GRAND with a big G, and the digits 5577 directly after the word GRAND. That is the access code. And my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I'm happy to be your host here today. All right, we have many fantastic companies coming up, and the next one is SaltX Technology. Carl-Johan Linnér, please give him a warm hand.
Thank you very much for that. Welcome. The green button is to put the next one here, the next picture. Or? Okay. SaltX Technology. I just checked before I went away from the office this morning here that it's almost precisely in a few weeks, it's exactly 5 years ago since we went into the stock market in April. And we are a company that is working with energy storages. We have focused very much on the energy storage application. We had in the past a number of other applications and the business areas, but those have been closed down now, and we are only focusing on the energy storage. I shouldn't say only, because the market is actually huge. It's extremely big, and we can see that the prediction and the forecast of the demand is really, really going up in the future. There are people talking about that it's going to be 10 doubles in the 4 or 5 years' time, and we know for sure that we are in the beginning of this journey of energy storages because of the fossil-free installations are increasing rapidly and all those things. And that's why we have a big need to supply the energy storages. We have also seen that because of the new renewable installations in wind and sun mainly, there is a lot of ups and downs, peaks and volatilities in the energy prices. And last month in February, it was the first time whatsoever we had negative prices in Sweden and in Finland also, as a matter of fact. And that would have been the ideal situation to have an energy storage to load the batteries, so to say, load the salt in this case, when we have negative prices, to get money when you are charging the batteries. That's very good. But that's only one little occasion, but I think this will happen more and more in the future, because the changes are really going on out there. We can see that very, very clearly. I was in Helsinki, Fors last week, and Fortum have made up their mind that within 5 years, the coal production will be stopped totally. They actually have a countdown system within 4 years and 12 months, and we will stop producing coal. And they are in desperate need of some other solutions. They are okay when it comes to 7, 8 months of the year, but when the cold week, when the cold month comes, then they need something to inject to support that the people get electricity and heat. We are 15 people at the moment now, pretty small company, but we feel that we are very committed to the energy storage application. And we made a right issue before Christmas last year, and after that we actually became more than 18,000 shareholders. That's quite a lot. We are listed on the Nasdaq First North Premium Market, and I think the only company that has more shareholders is Alkenius company. So it's a little bit of a people action. People share. What are we then doing? Well, this is a chemical thermochemical storage application is not a lithium-ion battery. This is a completely other application. So there is no competition between a lithium-ion battery and our application. It's more like a complement to each other. We are dealing with the calcium oxide and H2O, water. And by different processes in different temperatures, we create energy, calcium hydroxide. And I will show you a little bit how it works very shortly. What we have here is that we have the electricity, the energy in. We are loading the calcium hydroxide up to 550 degrees Celsius. And then, when we have reached that temperature, we are for sure, we know that the salt is loaded. We have a dehydration, we call it. And that means that the H2O, the water, disappears in heat. And then we have charged salt, calcium oxide. And the calcium oxide could be stored for number of hours, number of days, number of weeks, number of months without losing any energy. And that's the key point, really. It's not sensible, we call it. All other batteries, almost, there are a few not sensible applications also, but most of the other applications, they are sensible in one way or another. It means that they are losing energy over time. So once you have the calcium oxide here, you want to hydrate, you want to unload the energy, then you start the chemical process by submitting minimum 110 degrees Celsius steam, 110, 120 degrees. And then you will get all the energy back in heat. So 550 degrees steam will come out. That steam could be used into district heating, but it could also be used for a turbine to create some electricity. So it's actually a combination, and the battery is seen as a small system, and it needs to be adapted to each application, really. In some cases, the customer already have a turbine that could be used, but in most of the cases it's only used as an district heating supplier. So the installation we have in Berlin at Vattenfall, for instance, we are then taking out the 550 degrees Celsius steam, but we take it down because of the district heating system cannot handle more than 120 degrees Celsius. And once we have done that hydration, unloading, it comes back to calcium hydroxide again. So it's a circular thing here. It goes around as often as you want. And again, it depends on the application. The extreme is the seasonal storages. The other one is maybe that you charge and uncharge on a weekly basis, something like that. If you go down into more frequent cycles, loading, unloading, you can do that, but you should preferably use lithium-ion battery in that cases. So it's a complement to each other. This picture actually describes the whole company with a number of very, very important issues here. First of all, is, as I already said, I think 550 to 800 degrees Celsius. We need that temperature to get the chemical process going. That's very important. We also know that there are a lot of waste heat in the industry today that have this temperature. That could also be used as to charge the salt. We have a pretty high energy density in between 500 and 600 kilowatt hours per ton. And it's actually 4 times, almost 5 times better than if you compare it with the concrete storages, for instance. There is a company in Germany that have built a very big volcan stone storages, 1,000 ton volcan stones, and they have drilled channels into this and trying to store. They're actually doing it, but it's so big. It's extremely big, and since we have 5 times better density here, we could only use, in this case, 240 tons of salt. This one is much, much bigger. It's scalable. It's independently scalable. It could go up from 1 megawatt up to 100 megawatts pretty easily. And a new thing, for those of you who have heard me before, and I heard Soltech before, the new thing is really that we have now gone into the transportation business also, you can say. It's transportable. And what I mean by that is actually that it is the battery, the salt could be charged if you have a lot of waste heat in a heavy industry, metal industry, pulp and paper industry, could be charged into calcium oxide. And after that, it could be transported to a place that are maybe using oil or something else, peat, to charge the temperature in a district heating. And then once, we call it POC and POD, point of charge, point of discharge. And once you have used the pod, the energy, you can actually take it back again to charge it again. There's a transport issue here, but there are plenty of ships and boats that are doing this already today in the concrete business. Concrete is actually calcium oxide, same thing. The storages, and I said 1 hour to 6 months here, it could be longer also. And that's the beauty with this whole application. We are very much unique here in this situation. It's all natural. There are plenty of salt out there in the nature that could be used in this case, especially when the trends are going into biofuel, to cars and to airplanes and all those things. There are people working with this. They need the forest sources, so to say, and we could then take away the pellets and all those other things and deliver salt instead. It's robust, and there is no risk for corrosive things that should happen. And what we think is economical, but it needs to put into the system. It needs to take care about the heat and all those things that we're doing in the batteries. This is actually the pilot plant in Berlin, as we have done. It's almost 1 year ago now, in April 2019. Harald Bauer could be seen here as the CFO. He's sitting in the front row here also, together with Markus Witt, who is the heat manager in Vattenfall. And this was the first pilot installation that we have done in full scale. And the reason we did this was actually to prove the concept that the salt is actually doing the right thing for us. What we were afraid of is that it could have agglomerate, been clumping together, but it didn't. So it worked out very well. So we get what we call a system efficiency, round-trip efficiency in this process, as I showed you earlier, of 85%. And that's something we are very proud of also that we will reach. We are on a technical readiness level at 6, which means that we are not ready yet. We need to optimize this installation, which means we need from a technical performance, but also from a cost point of view, we need to find more efficient way of charging the salt. We are getting into more and more into what we call the fluid as bed application. In Berlin, we have a heating screw that actually are heating up the salt. The ecosystem is running like this, that we have salt producers. We are talking to Nordkalk and to Wacker, that is actually doing the nano coating for us. This is the unique part, the nano coated salt. And it's a top secret recipe here, and they are doing that. And we have to the top here, we have the OEMs, what we call the OEMs. They are the people that actually produce the reactors, the charger and the uncharger. Very important. That's a noble part of the whole installation. And then we have the equipment, procurement, construction, EPCs that are actually building the installation. And we have the off-takers. Sometimes the EPC could be the same as the off-takers. And that's, today we have three actually agreements with EPCs. It's Inarco in Spain and the southern part of Europe, Steinmüller in Germany, and Shanglian in China. They are working to design their energy storage. I don't know how I made it in time, but that's, I think, it.
Thank you very much. Please enter the stage, center stage with me. We have some questions here from the app. One is posed like this. You said that the whole energy comes out as 550 degrees steam. Really? 100% efficiency. The Berlin plant was 85 so far.
That depends. When we charge the salt, it disappears a number of power, yes, but that steam could be used when we are uncharging the batteries later on. So it's not 100%. That was a misunderstanding then, or unclear described from my side. We have a round-trip efficiency of 85%. That's the figure.
That's the one you stated in the Berlin plant too.
Yeah, yeah.
Which are your most viable applications? Another question.
The most
viable applications.
I wouldn't know really. I mean, we are creating a market here. We are looking into various applications, and we know that there are a number of challenges wherever we go. But the main thing is that we actually have to do the full-scale installations in reality and take the lessons learned from that. I can't really give any points in a scale that who is more violent than the other one.
You were looking at, there was a plant being built in China, you said, and one was in Germany?
Those plants have not been built yet.
They're in the process.
They're in the process. We released a press release yesterday that we have delivered the salt to Shanglian in China. They are building a pretty small installation of 50 kilowatt, and they are building it as to test the technology, to test salt in real case. In Arco, they are not there yet. It takes a lot of time. I mean, this is not an iPhone battery that you just plug in and you do it. You have to make a lot of engineering, and you have to a lot of testing and calculations and all those things before you can actually use this
Speaking
battery.
of time, when was this innovation, when did it come to life the first time? How was it? How was the process?
It's more than 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Yeah, more than 5 years ago. And we have used the technology in various other applications, in sun cooling industry. We have used it in other heat boosters application, all those things. But we have decided now that this is the way we should focus on, and this is because of the huge demand, and really that we are helping the fossil-free installations to be a reality. 100%.
And the storage, the storage of the salt, what kind of container, or how does it look like?
It's like a silo. It's like a silo where you have it. It's going up like this, and it's a transportable band that you come into the reactor and it's charging it. So it's
and it's stainless steel.
No stainless steel.
No?
You don't need that because of the salt is so corrosive friendly. It doesn't corrode at all.
All right. Let's see if I have any questions from the audience in the room. Let's see. Any hands up? Then I have one more question. Competition. Are you the only one doing this?
There are a number of technologies, for sure, and I think that the demand is so huge, so it will not be only one application.
Maybe that's a good thing.
That's a good thing. Absolutely, that's a good thing. We have concrete, we have Malted salt, some of you have heard about that maybe. But it needs to be above 250 degrees all the time in that application. You have water, of course, which is, you have water. We have the big pumped hydro, the water reservoirs also.
That's a storage we've had for many years.
Many years, yes, absolutely. But it's not that easy to charge and uncharge that often. You do it only when you really need it. So,
and in the future, how could you see your applications in the vicinities of cities, or would it be more in conjunction with larger industries? So how do you foresee the application?
It's a big scale of various applications. As I said, Fortum in Finland, they have to stop use the coal 2025, and this is now. This is reality now.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow, and they have a lot of renewable. They have wind, they have sun, and they have the nuclear also in Finland that they are making installation. But still, they need something else. So what they are looking into is to have a massive storages with gigawatt hours.
In terms of square meters, give us an idea of how big is it?
It's probably a silo with 5-6 meters in diameter and 30-40 meter high. Around that.
Okay, then we got
so
a
they need
pretty good picture.
to use that, and they charge it, and that's going to be pretty central in Espoo in Finland to be based there, and they're going to charge it once the winter months come.
Fascinating. It will be very interesting to follow your work.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Insplorion is coming up next, and from Insplorion we have Patrik Dahlqvist. Another warm hand, please.
All right, Insplorion. Nice to have a nanotechnology company in front of me, so I don't need to explain nanotechnology to you. But we're using nanoparticles in a completely different way. We are a sensor technology company where we develop sensors for cleaner air to help and accelerate the transition to fossil-free energy and to support research in life science and clean tech. But one thing to think about when taking a new technology company to the market is, does this fit in the overall trends? And when doing this exercise, we were quite happy. When PricewaterhouseCoopers look at which are the dominating trends for a long time, the dominating global trends, 3 out of 5 are very relevant for us. The aging population and the shift in global power, yeah, that is also happening, but that we have the climate change, that we have the continuing urbanization, people moving into the cities, and that we have the rise of technology are all enabling factors for need for new sensors and new sensor technologies. I'm going to come back to this. Greta has been helpful in pointing out that that is a real problem. Now the rest of the world also knows. But it's not only that the planet gets sick and that we have this rising temperature when we burn fossil fuels. We also make the air polluted, where we get particles and NO2, which are harmful for us. We see it to some extent here in Europe, but it's also a lot worse in Asia. In total, over 4 million dies from bad air quality. That's a heck of a lot more people than the corona, just saying. But to help with these big problems, we as a small technology company try to do our part. When it comes to air quality, to make the right decisions on how to fix them, you need to measure and to do it a lot better than you can today. And especially be able to do it at a lot more places. basically having one sensor on each streetlight makes it a lot easier to decide which street should we focus on and so on. But it's also with the new technologies that comes up to help and solve the climate change with hydrogen economy and hydrogen cars, as well as with battery cars, these technologies needs to be optimized. And to optimize, you need to measure before you can optimize. And when you measure, you need new sensors. That's where we come in, to help out in making batteries more efficient and to make the hydrogen economy safe. And it can look quite diverse, air quality, battery, hydrogen, and then also research systems. It looks very spread out. And it is when you look from the outside. But when we look from the inside, it's the same. It's all based on the same technology that has been developed at Chalmers University about 20 years ago, that became patent and Inspelorian as a company 10 years ago. And this same sensor technology platform, where we have patents, three patent families, are the base for all of our applications. And roughly what it does, what is this technology? It's basically using nanoparticles. They have a natural phenomena to enhance light. And we have been able to take control of this. So instead of only using it to make cool colors for church windows, which it has been used as, it's to increase an optical signal. Doing this, we can decrease the rest of the complexity in the sensor. So that thanks to that, we have these nanoparticles that gives a stronger measurement signal. We get high sensitivity. And then the rest of the system, the light source can be a very simple LED, and the detector can be cheap. So thanks to the nanoparticles, we get a sensor that is small, robust, yet sensitive. And that is how we can have a sensor that we can make cost-effective and get out at many places. The other part to make it selective is that we can coat our nanoparticles with different coatings. So the only difference between what we put in the battery, what we put looking at air quality, is the coating. Same nanoparticles, different coating, and then we get the selectivity. So we have a platform base that gives high sensitivity, which is one of the parts that you want when you make the sensors, and then we can coat it differently so that we can direct it to different chemical changes. A little bit more about air quality. You can today take your phone and look at your app and see that, yeah, the air quality here in Beijing is really crappy today too. But it's all based on the measurement stations that you have today. But it's about 20 of them that covers the whole city. So it only gives a really big average. And the decision that you take from the city then needs to be, okay, yeah, let's close down the industry all around for 3 days. What is driving and what is demand is to get more and more, but still good sensitivity sensors out, so that you can start to make decisions that it's only this part of the city where we need to close down our factories, or it's on this street where we really have the big problem. That's where we can change the fee for driving. So when building the cities a lot smarter, we need more sensors and we need them more spread out. And that's where we came in, and where we very recently started to enter a commercial phase, where we have our first installation together with Mölndal Stad and a company called Leading Light. Leading Light is a good first collaboration, since they already have a system of street lights that is connected to the grid. So we just needed to basically plug in our sensor And then they could start to sell their street lights not only as a lighting system, but also as an environmental monitoring device. We've also started to set up a renting deal together with the Swedish Institute of Environment, IVL, where we are offering our sensors to try out for the Swedish municipalities. But the Nordic market and Sweden is, of course, only the start. That's where we set up the reference sales just to prove the technology. Then, of course, it's the rest of Europe, both France and England. Britain has pretty big problems with their air quality, but then it's, of course, in Asia where we see the biggest demand. And it's a big demand. It's in the range of $4 billion that is invested in monitoring air quality on a yearly basis now, growing fast due to that the legislation is picking up. What has been fun is that we also start to see interest from the building and ventilation industry. Previously, you could say that, yeah, we just need to flush out the bad air from the indoor, and then we bring in the fresh from the outside. But since the outside air isn't fresh all the time, that is also needed to be monitored. Batteries, you heard a lot about already today. And so you know that they are needed to make the transition to fossil-free energy. But they are too expensive. There is risk related to them. They can burn quite a bit. But one way to help this out is to make them more efficient and to also monitor them better so that they are safer. And that is basically where we come in. It's not an idea that we came up with ourselves. We basically took our, back then, nitrogen dioxide sensor to Volvo and said, hey, we've got a really cool technology here. It was before the Dieselgate scandal, and they knew they had a problem, but they started to point out that our big frustration is that we're getting bigger and more batteries in the cars, and we can optimize them. And they basically told us about that the batteries used in cars today, they are charged up when it's 100%, it's really 80% or 75% to be on the safe side. And when we load them out, it's quite a bit still there. But since we can't measure exactly what it is, we need to have these big safety margins. So any sensor that can give a little bit more information what the battery really is like, that could help optimize a lot. And that's where we saw a unique opportunity for us, that our technology, it can be miniaturized, it can be put on a very thin fiber and be inside the battery, and in that way provide information about the chemical changes that sets the real limitations for the battery and bring it up to the battery management system so that you can operate it a lot more efficient. It's not the product that we have on the market. It's still in the development phase. We are today driving it mainly in collaboration projects and in that way getting access to the battery industry. In our main project, we are working with a smaller battery firm called AGM Batteries so that we can build a whole system together. But it's really fun that we late last year also got funded within a really big project called 3Believe. It's in the range of 100 million Swedish crowns funded project by the European Union, where the whole battery industry in Europe have come together to build the next generation battery, where we are the one providing the sensors. And the numbers, of course, becomes humongous. It's in the range of $35 billion for the lithium-ion batteries. But it's also interesting to see that the system that measures today and the sensors, it's already a pretty big number, even though it's the old measuring voltammetric and column counting and temperature. In the range of $4.5 billion in a few years from now, when estimated. Hydrogen is something that our researcher at Chalmers, one of our founding members, has been knocking on our door for quite some time, saying that shouldn't we do something about the hydrogen now? I have done this research not only the 10 years before we started Inspelorion, but have continued, and the technology becomes better and better all the time. And we have basically said, yeah, but show us the application, show us the money. We don't see the market yet. But the hydrogen economy has started to pick up quite a lot of interest during last year. So we started to look a little bit more at it and got in contact and learned quite a bit that, yeah, when it's coming, one of the concerns why it's not coming is the safety. Even though hydrogen might not be as dangerous as gasoline, it's flammable and so on, it's still a lot safety concerns about it. So solving the sensing to be able to set the safety was something that we started to see is a big demand. And then in combination that our researchers were able to show that they could make the fastest hydrogen sensor with our technology in the world, in combination with the increasing interest from the market, then we basically had to do something about it and were able to knock on the door with PowerCell, who is making fuel cells. And together with them, we now have started a project where we both develop our sensor as a hydrogen sensor for safety, but also to operate the fuel cells in a more effective way. Something that we have done since we started is using this same technology as research instrument and selling it as a research instrument. As good entrepreneurs, only development is not fun. So having the first sales already 1 year after we founded the company is something that we are proud of. And we are selling high-priced instruments to academic market and have done so continuously with these type of product lines that you can use different products depending on you do life science research or if you do solar cell research. It's fun in that way that when selling to academia, you go globally directly. So we ensure that we have our eyes on the global market all the time. And we also, except for the instrument sales, we get a continuous revenue from consumables, basically our sensors. But what is really useful having this line of research instrument is that we don't need to do research. We can ensure that our technology is in the front line, but it's others that do the research for us. So we have the collaboration with our founding group and are growing that, for instance, with Uppsala University when it comes to the battery research. So that we as a company can focus on market development and product development and ensuring that we take the right IP to secure the bigger market when it comes to our volume sensor sales, where it's also going to be other collaborations that do the large-scale production, distribution, and licensing. And that's also how we see how we evolve our technology in 2 steps, basically. We start with the niche applications and niche actors, and from there work with other actors to ensure that we also get the volume. But establish with niche actors in order and then to get high volume with bigger actors. As a team, we are now 12 people, have grown a bit lately, where we have a good balance between market and sales and still keep our technology in the house. We are listed at the Spotlight stock market, had a positive direction before Corona. We are about 2,000 shareholders and are currently quite well funded since funding round before previous summer. And that's what I basically wanted to talk about. We are a technology platform company with air quality battery and hydrogen as our volume, where we have the technology already proven as a research instrument, and where we have this technology that is small, robust, sensitive, and scalable. That's it. Now
Great.
we hope for questions, right?
Thank you very much, Patrik. Please join me here. Let's see what we have gotten kind of questions from the app. How do you look at the development of your competition, the situation of your competitors? I'm directly translating this. When you observe that more and more companies within sensor technology are entering the market. So competition in view of the more and more companies entering this segment.
Yes. In general, we like competition because it shows that it's a market. But we monitor it closely, and we have quite a few opportunities with coming with a new disruptive technology. It's quite a few different directions where we go. So we are, even though we now have 3 areas where we work, we have been very picky about them. The reason for going into nitrogen dioxide and air quality is that existing technologies and where they were heading couldn't solve it, but it fitted us. So we basically, since it is a really open market, it's room for niches to expand in, and we pick the niches where we can give most and where we solve a problem and where our technology fits. But we need to keep a careful eye on it all the time, and having more than one application is one of the ways that we ensure
making you less vulnerable, of course.
Exactly.
Let's see if we have any questions in the room. Okay. I'm curious, you mentioned the sensors in the batteries. How would that affect the recyclability of the batteries?
Basically,
they're hard as it is to recycle,
yes.
But if you put a sensor in, how does that affect?
One of the big problems in the recycling is that you have a problem to judge, should I send this battery to second application, often going from automotive to energy storage? Should I recycle it directly and doing that type of judgment? It is, with current sensor technologies, you can't really make that judgment in a good way. So helping recyclability is one of the long-term advantages with our sensor technology.
And when you disassemble the batteries to recycle the parts, if you do that,
then it's a very thin fiber that you just drag out.
So it's not mixed material. No. Okay, great. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Patrik Dahlqvist, and the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next company, I'm sure some of you pronounce Trine, and some might even say Trine. We'll see what you say. We have with us Hanna Lindqvist. Give her a warm hand.
Thank you. Is this the clicker? Yeah. So I say Trine, but you're welcome to say whatever you find appropriate. How many in the room knows how many people around the world that lack access to electricity? Please raise a hand if you know the number. No one. And we're still here talking about energy. But of course, that's because this is one of the global challenges that before I stepped on board Trine a couple of years ago, I had no idea about. Of course, I knew about climate change, I knew about our energy system needing transitioning, but the fact that close to 1 billion people around the world lack access to basic electricity is a huge issue for so many reasons. One of them, of course, being just when you look at not having access to light in the evening, if you're gonna cook, for example, or if you're gonna study, or, for example, have to close your shop, because when the sun goes down, all power goes out. So when we started this journey a couple of years ago, we started from the insight that, okay, this is a huge issue, but in the world where we know that renewables have developed faster than ever, the technology, as I think most of you could agree with, that's not the challenge. The technology is here, it's ready to be deployed, but the progress hasn't gone fast enough. And we started, as many entrepreneurs do in the beginning, where you're like, maybe we should go and start deploying solar systems, especially in these, because most of the people living without electricity and the businesses that are dependent on fossil fuels today, expensive, dirty, diesel generators and so on, they are in emerging markets, such as Nigeria, Kenya, Pakistan, India, and so on. So the first thought is usually for a lot of entrepreneurs to be like, let's go and do it. But then we took a look at the map of the world and we saw that there's so many really interesting, high impact and fast-growing companies trying to do this, trying to deploy decentralized solar energy systems. But what they lack is access to finance, affordable finance and flexible finance, and most of all, finance adapted to the market that they are trying to address. So what we decided to do was to see, can we bridge the financing gap? Because we know that there's no lack of capital in the world. I think if you look at all the shared assets we have in the world today, if you look at the stock market, if you look at different sectors, we know that there's a steady flow of capital, but it's a matter of where it's being placed. And we saw that these entrepreneurs are really not only doing a good thing, because that's simply not good enough. It needs to be viable, it needs to be commercial, and it needs to be profitable. And if we could understand them better than anyone else in this market, better than the traditional VCs, better than the local banks, better than all these large, like the World Bank and a lot of organizations that like to talk and is not so fast on acting, we could really help them transform societies and make sure that a decentralized, affordable energy system could come into place in the markets where the need is the most. So, for example, here we have a company we worked with who's running in 20+ markets around the world. They are biggest in East Africa. And for them, it really came down to us being able to use the power of very many investors, such as yourself, but also companies, family offices, and so on, to channel money to them so they could continue to grow and serve all these households that are their primary target group. So what have we done? So we've created a digital investment place where you, as an investor, could go in with everything from 25 euro up to the sky is the limit. And what do you get as an investor? Well, you invest in a loan, so it's debt finance, to these companies to make sure that they can continue to stock up inventory, systems, and deploy it to the people that need it the most. And as an investor, you can look at this as a diversification in your traditional portfolio, because it is outside of the stock market, it is outside of the global funds and so on. So it's non-correlated. It's for example, not so likely that our borrowers, the solar companies, are affected by, say, Trump tweeting about Iran. It is, however, more likely that they are risk exposed towards factors such as the Kenyan government doing subsidies, for example, for fossil fuels, or if there's a weather catastrophe or something like that. We deliver a fixed income product, and most essentially we deliver triple impact. So that means that we never compromise on environmental, social, or financial return. That's the whole core of what we do. And as I just said a bit, why would these borrowers turn to us? Well, because we can go from due diligence, first screening, due diligence, up to dispersing loans to them in a matter of 4 to 8 weeks. We look at when do you need money in order to sustain your growth and not run out of business, so to speak. So it can look like this. That's been one of the driving forces for us in Trine, is to make it easy, accessible, and of course impactful. But also because when you look at what you guys can invest in today, and especially if you want to look at things that can deliver a return, such as the stock market or a fund, it's not always easy for retail investors, not even for family offices or institutional investors, to find products that have a direct impact, that's traceable, where you can follow the money every step of the way. That's the mission that we're trying to work on and solve. So just a short, so our screening looks very, I don't know how many of you are deep into the financial markets, but maybe you do save on Avanza, Nordnet, and so on. But it's very typical due diligence. I would say that half of it is from a venture capitalist point of view, meaning that we look at what's the growth opportunity, can this business scale, because we want them to have impact for generations. We want them to transform and take market shares in the countries that they are a part of, because essentially they are not competing with each other, they're competing with the fossil fuel companies. And then we have the bank, the finance kind of glasses, where we look at what's their debt to equity ratio, how much debt can they take, maybe we're too early for them or too late. Will they be able to repay, because that's one of our core missions, to deliver return to our investors. And then we have built an in-house credit scoring model. So that's a tool, because when you look at renewables, and especially off-grid solar energy, you need to also understand that the market and the units economy of that market is different from if I would assess Volvo, or if I would assess H&M. So we look very deeply into what are the specific circumstances for this industry, the sector, the company. It's a heavy weight on financials, of course, because in the end, it's a loan, which has, of course, in order to prove that this actually works, we need to actually prove that to our investors, that we built a model that can achieve both massive impact and financial return over time. But then we also put quite a heavy weight on the portfolio quality, because if you remember, these companies, they basically cannot sell their systems up front, because it's too much for a rural family in Kenya or a small shop owner in Nigeria to pay directly for the system. However, they pay day to day quite a lot on fossil fuels such as kerosene or diesel. So what these companies are doing is to create a business model that caters to the need of their target group, where they can pay in smaller amounts over approximately 1 to 1.5 years. That means, though, that of course it's dependent on the portfolio quality that the borrowers have in order to ensure that they can repay on the loans. And what I find really cool, and what I see a lot of opportunity in, and I would say that we've just scratched the surface on this, is that for all the companies that we have in the portfolio, roughly 30 today, we have access to their credit data, to their consumer data. So we have an API integration, which basically works for two main purposes. One is the ongoing monitoring. So our data analysts can sit in Gothenburg and look at any day, any time of the day, and see how many systems are up, how delayed are they, how much has changed since we looked at it, for example, last month. So that's a constant input to our credit analysts to see that we need to pay more attention to this company, or we should actually disperse more money to this company because their growth is actually just continuing to accelerate. And of course, the other purpose is to deliver impact data, to deliver data to the market, but also to you as an investor, to be able to see that, okay, by financing this amount of loans, we are actually able to see a direct connection to the environmental impact in terms of avoided CO2 emissions in the air, as well as how many people or businesses that get access to clean energy. And this is just an example. This is the worst slide to have in a presentation because you won't be able to read all of it. But it's just to show a bit how a portfolio we're trying could look like. We do this for a lot of our larger investors, such as family offices and institutions. And it's more or less we're looking at an expected return annually between 7 to 10, 11%, depending on what you invest in. Most of them are amortizing loans, so that means that it's also easy to follow up, both for you as an investor to understand what's happening with your investments, because you get some sort of indications already after 3 to 6 months. And this is the type of technology that we are investing in. So today, our portfolio mainly consists in the solar home system segment, very easy systems. It's like plug and play. I used to live in Nairobi and followed a lot of installations, and I can bet that everyone in this room actually could both install it and maintain it. And then we also have the larger segment, which we're now venturing into more because we see the huge impact it can do, especially on an economical level when factories and commercial buildings and so on can replace really expensive diesel energy use with clean energy. So they can cut cost up to 40, 50%, which is of course huge if you run a business, because essentially electricity is not something you want to pay for, you have to pay for it. Yeah, as I said, this is the portfolio to date. We are working on a level where we see that scale and volume is what is important for us, both as a business to become profitable, of course, because that needs to be the goal for all businesses if you want to run as a corporate, but also because if we can turn up volumes, it means that we can turn up the impact that we can achieve together with our investors. And so far we've done roughly 34 actually million euro invested. That's just the start. The global market just for this space, off-grid solar energy, is over $600 billion US. So this is, yeah, I don't think it's even a drop in the ocean, to be honest. I think what's most important to highlight, as with all companies that want to prove that we actually have found something that's viable, that could be really impactful, and that could transform for real, not just disrupt because it's a cool word, but actually show that there's traction here, is that we have today roughly 10 million euros that's been repaid to investors. And that does not say that there's no risks or that the risks are low necessarily, but it does prove that the model that we started to look at 4 or 5 years ago is working. We have borrowers that need the capital and they are willing to pay for getting access to the debt finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hanna. We have some questions for you. How much insight do you have that the borrowers are treating their clients fairly? Transparency question.
Yeah, so I mean, I think in one way it's simple, because if you're a consumer, remember again, it's not aid, it's not charity, they are consumers with their own rights. So I would say that you can clearly see that when you screen the market, the companies that don't have a competitive business model, that have, for example, one case in this industry has been in the early, like in the 90s, it was a lot of inflow of these systems, especially from the grant and aid side, but also from other manufacturers. And then they just kind of left the systems to be. So, for example, if you travel around in Kenya, you can see some abandoned systems because the quality wasn't there, the service wasn't there. So I think the way we see it is that since the customer portfolio is so crucial for these companies, that's what they're gonna live on, and a lot of them are transforming into becoming energy utilities as we know it in Europe. So if they are not able to not only acquire customers but maintain them, that's a very big red flag for us. I mean, we see that in the numbers we look at. But of course, as with all markets, you will always have companies who think maybe they can do some quick money and get out. But I think this industry, it's shown that it's quite going in the opposite direction, where a lot of these companies are turning into looking at, can we also provide connectivity? Can we provide maybe insurance in the future? Because for
they're adding on.
Yeah, exactly.
Services.
So it's more like really becoming a service-focused company, as you kind of have to do today in the very competitive landscape we have.
Another question. What do you think the market will look like in 5 years?
Ooh, great question. I mean, our aim is to, the more capital we can channel, of course the growth here and everything will accelerate even further than it has. I think what we will see in the niche market we're in, we will see more of these companies really using the data, which is of course a bit scary for us here in Europe after all the scandals, but I think they also can do a lot with the consumer data because they can understand what are the needs, because it's also harder when you're in rural areas to understand maybe the behavior is not always very predictable. So you want to understand how are they consuming the energy, what appliances, what kind of things should we get out to the market. So I think we will see more of that, these companies not solely shipping like these products, but more looking at how can we serve this market who's been quite forgotten and underserved previously.
Thank you. There is one more question.
Yes.
How has this field changed in the past 5 years, in the past years actually?
It's not that old, so it has been a lot of change. I would say one thing that we see is more or less most companies in this industry now are looking at using mobile money. So pay as you go, mobile money, no cash, nothing, which also fits into how these markets are developing. Because if you live in Kenya again, you more or less can live without cash today. I never had cash any day where I live there. You just pay everything with mobile. So we see that, which of course helps with predictability, it helps with collecting and all that kind of infrastructure. And what else? I think the other thing is that the technology has really advanced. So sometimes you will get, in the past it was a bit of an uncertainty regarding the quality of these systems and so on. And I think now it's become very clear that the level where these systems are on today is already really high in comparison to how it was 5 years ago. So it's more of continuing to build, so you can power fridges, you can move more into productive energy use as well, which is really important because as much as it's good that the household can get the economical and social impacts of getting clean energy, you still need to make sure that it can happen on a big scale to actually transform the whole society and create economic growth.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in the room? We have a hand microphone. There's one over here. Emma.
Thank you. Perhaps a rude question, but are you able to comment on the percentage of defaults since 2015?
There was a slide that touched on that.
Sorry.
Yes.
That's all right. That's why I didn't ask the question.
Yes.
You wrote it in there.
Very good one. So we currently we have 1.2% in default, majority in the early portfolio, which is a bit to be expected as a company. But yeah, and I'm happy to develop. But I know you have a strict time schedule as well.
Thank you. There's one more question for me here. When we talk about the global goals that we're all supposed to work with, of course, Goal 5, gender equality. If you look at these investments, they have a massive impact on the ability for women to educate themselves, because they don't have to collect firewood at the same ratio as they did before. They don't have to cook in the slow manner, etc., etc. And also the light, of course, both for young women and young men with education. How do you address this in when you look for projects? Is this a factor that you play into?
I mean, I think one of the nice thing, I didn't have a slide about that today because I wanted to focus on the off-grid sector, but I think one of the things when you're an impact business at its core, if you apply a triple bottom line perspective on everything you do, it means that you put profit with purpose at the center of what you do. So for us, actually, it might sound a bit like we're just not really addressing it, but when we sat down, we said that, okay, if the service we provide, if the investments we provide at its core are impactful, at the core addresses global challenges, we actually don't need to think about it. I mean, we don't need to sit in workshops and think about, oh, should we focus a bit more on goal number 8? Because we've seen that, we know that the area we address today with solar energy has exactly that impact. So in one way, the results for the SDGs become a bit of the output, so to speak, if that makes sense for you all. So I think, and I'm very passionate about sustainable businesses needing to make sure that impact is a part of the core model. It's not something you come up with later or so on, because then you can focus on what companies should do, which is to become successful and drive growth and revenue.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hanna Lindqvist. Please give her a warm hand. We now have the second panel discussion for the day, and I'd like to ask to enter the stage Boe Swartling, entrepreneur and investor in the green tech sector. Please step up on stage. We have Marcus Högfeldt, fund manager. Go wait for the applause. And Marcus Högfeldt, fund manager of Almi Invest, a green tech fund at Almi Invest. And we also have Inga Rensog, founder of We Don't Have Time, the world's largest social media platform for climate action. And we have with us Christopher Engman, CRO, CMO of Proof Analytics. Now you can clap your hands. What we see all over the world now is a great shift in this focus towards renewables, of course. And the necessary change in this global mix towards renewable energy is supported a lot by relevant indexes. One is the UNPRI, the Principles for Sustainable Development, and all the companies that have been presenting here today, of course, adhere to these standards and hold them highly. And most of the large companies, of course, and institutions are signing up to those principles. So let's talk a little bit about this field more in depth. Which would you see is the strongest driving force for investors to accelerate and fund managers to accelerate this development in putting money into this field? Would you like to start?
Well, I think the good thing with sustainable investments at the moment is that I think it will be less hurted by, for example, Corona. There is one observation is that there's a tremendous amount of capital available for sustainability tech companies. And so I kind of like to invest in stuff that is doing good for the world, but also has a strong macro trend. And this macro trend is not going to change overnight. So we'll see a 20, 30-year transition that will be tremendously large. So I think the there'll be some .com cases because of the amount of capital available. As a probably a hint to people in the audience, there's an overflow of capital a bit high up. There's too little on the kind of angel side. So I think that some of the bigger funds need to go down one level because there'll be overvaluation on the cases that are proven and undervaluations on the semi-proven cases.
Boel, yes, please.
I tend to agree, particularly when you talk about the lack of risk capital, and I see that quite clearly actually when you look at investment spans with companies raising between just 1 million euro and I would say 7 to 8 million euro. There's really a lack of funds investing early stage. And that is actually hampering the growth of a lot of, in particular, I would say, industrial innovation companies.
They're very capital intensive.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But I was also thinking when you talked about why capital actually should move into green investments. I used to work for MTV and and I actually founded a research center within MTV as well, where we looked at youth trends, and we were in particular studying Generation X and millennials. How they engaged and how they wanted to engage. And one thing that we saw very clearly was that they moved out of political organizations and big organizations and rather wanted to change society by the way they consumed or the way that they invested or by sending emails or, you know, more on a personal activism kind of level. And that actually relates to why you should move into green investment, because looking at the millennial generation, they are taking a very, very clear stance in terms of how they consume.
Very value-driven.
Oh, very value-driven and also very activist-driven in the way that they choose to consume and invest. So looking at, talking about large trends and where consumer demand is actually moving, it's moving very strongly into green consumption and green investment. So, and that is actually the foundation for the megatrend that Christopher is talking about.
Thank you, Owen.
Yeah, now adding on to what Christopher also said and what you're talking about, I think that there is an oversupply of looking just today of capital that goes into quite risk-averse green investment, like green bonds. Vattenfall today announced, or yesterday, announced that they had a green bond of 500 million euro. It was oversubscribed by 6 times. That to me is an indication of that there is lots of money out there that is not working right now into green investments, but they want to do it. But somehow this needs to trickle down into more risk-taking investment, and that's what's the gap that you're after. And part of, I think, where we're looking as Alma Invest, as a green tech fund, we try to bridge that gap and get the investors that sort of in the middle early stage VC sort of to go in and take the risk still. Because we need more technologies that goes into green bonds later if we want to make this transition happen and really make a success out of the climate crisis.
Yeah, and a bit of the trick there is that a lot of sustainability tech is pretty capital intensive, so angel investors are typically not enough. They can be a small injection in the start, but you quickly need to go into bigger tickets. And that's where I think we all agree there's a bit of a gap there. Especially hardware development is expensive.
But also coming back to, you said in the framing of the question was that why should sort of investors look more into this area? And I think that you start to see the end of the cycle where you start to see risk exposure on your assets.
I was just going into the stranded as a question here.
Because you will obviously get there sometime, and maybe that is the small weak signal that you're starting to see in the market right now.
But also don't underestimate also the regular pressure, because regulations are moving more and more and more in favor of the sector. I'm just thinking, my company is within e-mobility, a company that makes EV charging. equipment solutions. And just looking at the regulatory pressure there on the car industry now with the CO2 taxes starting to really affect the big car manufacturers, also the clean zones in the cities, and the whole, I would say, support structure to move transportation into green transportation is creating a massive pressure into green assets. So I would say that the regulatory part, also with the EU and EU legislation, is pointing so much in favor of the green sector that, I mean, there's basically nowhere else to go. I think one problem is very much what Christopher and Marcus are talking about, which is we need to find the right vehicles as well. Because, as you say, when the green bonds are heavily oversubscribed, it also means that money has nowhere to go, right? No, not in terms of where you find the right risk-reward level. So we need also a lot of financial innovation in order to address the oversupply of capital.
Inga, so do we need to talk more about stranded assets than we are currently?
I think that what we see now, right now, happening with the oil price, etc., is that Corona is the trigger of something much more deeper, and that's actually something good, because what everyone knows that are into the energy field but try to not talk about is that if we're able to succeed with the Paris Agreement, 80% of the world's fossil fuel, coal, oil and gas, is stranded, is worthless.
You cannot utilize it, it has to stay in the ground.
80%.
It's zero.
And that's a finance bubble. And now we see that the worlds are not so dependent on oil as we used to. And I think investors are going to look after this next risk. And I think we already have seen this started before Corona. And Corona is just something that is going to accelerate that. So investors hate risk, but they will also say they love opportunity. And if you see the opportunity of renewables and all the companies that have presented here, there is the growth. And what is also, I think is really important to see here is that it's not just about green tech versus oil tech or something like that. This is much more deeper than that. We're going to see the whole society transform to work to solve the climate crisis. We see now that the world is coming together to act on the Corona crisis. So the world can act if we will, and believe me, we must act on the climate crisis because that's way bigger than Corona. And when the world realize that has already started, we're going to see that companies that are not switching to work for being the solutions, they will have a really hard time to attract employees. On the other hand, companies that are starting to transform themselves, they will have a really easy time to attract talented employees. And it's very hard to run a business without talented employees.
Thank you. Christopher?
Yeah, I think we'll see one thing already, which is the cost of capital for brown, or whatever you want to call it, investments is increasing fast. I just saw a case in Canada, a huge case in the oil sands, that they had to cancel because the cost of capital just increased all the time. Less and less investors want to be in, there's too high a risk, and therefore the interest rate goes through the roof. We'll also see a few cases pretty soon that will have a balance sheet bankruptcy because of this, once the stranded assets are realized as more and more worthless, like Shell and BP and those, they have tremendous balance sheets connected to oil findings. We'll soon have cases that actually drop dead, not because of liquidity, but because of a balance sheet bankruptcy. And so what will happen in the coming few years is that the speed of change will increase dramatically, I think, because of those two factors.
I'd like to just comment on what Boel said previously. It's also the financial risk modeling, business development we need to do, and probably many of us calculate risk in the wrong way. I mean, if you would have gone to a banker a few months ago saying that you would like to lease airplanes, I guess that would have been a quite safe bet. You would know your risk level, etc. And then Corona hits you, and all of a sudden it's not so fancy to be financing jets or airplanes anymore. It's extremely volatile right now because nobody's flying, of course. And we see some of these green new investments are treated as they are extremely risky. But I would say on the long term, they're probably not very risky.
No, exactly.
It's the contrary.
Risk.
No, actually, I work a lot in direct investment and with a lot of newly started companies and a capital market day where we really try to market these companies. And I've noticed just over the past 2 years there's been a huge change in the perception of the green tech sector, because 2-3 years ago, the green tech sector was still associated with a lot of the bankruptcies that happened in the wake of 2008, 2009, where risk capital actually ran dry and a lot of early green tech companies went bankrupt because of lack of financing, but also, I would say, because the market wasn't really there. So, right ideas, wrong timing. I'd say that during my capital market day this year, which took place a few weeks ago just, I had absolutely zero sentiment of that bad reputation hanging around. And I think that's very much based on the fact that consumer demand is there this time. There is a real market for these products and services, in difference from what was the case actually 10 years ago. So, and I think that's very, very promising. But I also see the huge gap between how to finance innovation and where the big bulk of money is actually going. And we need more, we need these companies to grow so that there are more green companies to invest in. Because if you look at where ESG investment is going, it's 92-93% is going towards very traditional SDG compliant companies. And already 40% of the world's assets are SDG invested. I mean, let's not forget that the needle has actually moved, and it has moved quite a lot. But we need to find the really green funds and the really green companies that are working with green innovation and green solutions, and they need more capital to grow faster. I think that is, and the right instruments to address that. ETFs are coming as a very targeted and effective investment vehicle more and more, and I think that that's the kind of financial innovation that we need to see in order to provide alternatives. But we also need more VC funds that are more targeted towards green tech and particularly industrial investments, because if we are going to change infrastructure totally and turning infrastructure green, that is going to require a lot of innovation and a lot of industrial investment.
Thank you, Boel. Christopher.
So if I put saving the world completely to the side, the reason why I invest in companies that are slightly below the big tickets is that it's just because of that once you reach a certain threshold, there's an immense amount of capital. So you can have pretty severe bumps in multiples if you come in at in the right companies, in the right timing, and enough of them, so you need to have a portfolio. But then there's such an oversupply of capital one floor up that once you pass the threshold, you can all of a sudden have hundreds of millions coming in investments and billions sometimes, like we did with Kleinman, for example, and I'm involved in Pumped Hydro that will soon speak here after, and then cases like that where as soon as you pass a threshold, then all of a sudden money is floating around you.
It's a pleasant problem. Yeah?
Sorry?
It's a pleasant problem.
Yeah, but that's kind of egoistically my play.
How about green funds? How would you say that the green funds have been performing compared to regular funds?
Well, it depends on where you look and who you talk to. I mean,
I'd like your opinion.
Yeah.
Inga?
I think there's no future for green funds, actually. And that's not because I'm pessimistic, that's because I'm the opposite. I mean, everything needs to turn green in one way or another.
So the niche product, if you can call it a green fund a niche product, they're sort of obsolete.
Yeah, I think so, because I think that if we invest in companies that have a good purpose, we will have maximized profit. So you need to look for purpose and and you will find profit. And if you know that, why should you invest in a green fund? Every fund should need to do this, and I think we're going there. But of course, we're going to have like a renewables fund or like early stage fund or something like that. But the green fund or the green bonds, I don't think.
Green is a generic.
Green is everything.
I agree with Ingmar and BlackRock
basic.
Christopher.
Sorry. What I agree with Ingmar. What BlackRock and Goldman Sachs and a few others now are doing is great. I mean, they just stop investing in companies that are not playing the right game, and then the cost of capital again for bad companies will just kill them, or they have to change. So money talks in this, especially for the companies that are not, as you said, Ingmar, not 100% green. They're normal companies, but they have to be green as well.
Actually, I'd say if you look at how the SDG investments are actually invested, there's only 6 to 8% of the total SDG compliant capital invested, which is invested in what you call really green funds. And mainly, the 94 to 92%, the rest, is invested in quite passive SDG compliance, not so active, which basically means that it's risk management or averting different kind of phenomena rather than supporting or actively driving a green agenda. So I would disagree a little bit, saying that green funds actually play an important role in accelerating the green agenda. And then when we look at SDG compliance, we need to look much more at how actively the fund managers are driving the SDG compliance towards change and making a positive stamp rather than just avoiding a risk.
Another perspective, Marcus, please.
I think that green has a certain value still to play for a while, because if you look at, I mean, taking Sweden as example, you see some funds being on the later stage investments, but typically the money in the green area still flows in the direction we're already doing, and nothing really innovative is going to, or not a lot of money is going to the innovative side. And you would see this, if you take the state example, you have Almi Invest as a direct investor. We have the mandate to take risk, and we do, I hope we do. If you take the many of the others, and also the Sum Invest, which is a fund of fund, still when they do that, and they should make more green investments, they are sort of typically still doing more of the software side. And I understand it, because if you leave to a fund manager to maximize their profit right now, and you compare, do I want to invest in a software which is fast to, you know, the time cycles and repetitive cycles are very fast. If something fails, it takes 3 months to fix it. Or do I want to invest in something that could have a big potential, make a big industrial company in a couple of years? But if it fails right now, it takes 3 years to get the next product out to the market. And if you don't have sort of certain allocation of money with risk and really have the mentality to take risk, I think that shift is very tricky to do.
Inga, you wanted to add something?
I think we need more impact investment that are like building from scratch. We're not buying this on the market bonds, but directly into new companies that are changing the world. And that kind of green fund or impact fund we don't have today, but I would really like to see it in the future, because that's what we need.
Even stronger commitment, even stronger ambitions.
So I agree with we need more active investors that are willing to take in risk for the opportunity, not just avoid risk. And I also think that index fund is something that maybe we're not going to see as much in the future, because if you invest in an index, you invest in the business as usual system, and that's really dangerous.
I have one final question for all of you, then we need to let the next speaker up on stage. If you'd like to start, Christopher, your outlook on the market within renewable investments, just a few words, sentences. What are you forecasting?
Well, I think, again, very favorable to go into companies that are semi-proven.
Semi-proven.
Semi-proven. Because there's such a surplus of capital in the proven cases. And when you go in at the right timing on the semi-proven case, you get an incredible multiple. I mean, Klima, for example, went from 0 to several billions in a few years. Just when you start to pass those thresholds, your shares are just kicking. I think another thing is that most sustainability tech companies are very engineering focused. There's a weaker commercial layer on how to do business, basically. And this is typical for any new sector. I mean, new, it's been around for a while, but it's still relatively new, that the tech is the core, and doing business is something you're like, oh shit, we need to figure out how to do business. So I see pretty weak layers on the commercial side in sustainability tech companies. Typically pretty good tech, especially in Sweden. But overall, very positive. Yeah, and again, don't throw in money when all is proven, because that's just overpriced.
Thank you. Inga.
I think the future is renewable, and that we're only going to see things speed up. And I also agree that we need more businesses, more people with good at commercial bit of the technology. But one area I see a really great potential is actually storage. Because if we're going to
energy storage,
because that's what we need if we don't want to depend on nuclear or fossil fuel. And I think that we're going to see a huge potential of growth there.
Thank you. Boel?
I will home in a little bit on the market development, because I'm part of measuring direct investments into risk or actually venture capital, basically going into renewable companies. And looking at 2018, it was a very good year, and investments have increased for over 30% year on year the past 3 years, and we're just getting the numbers for 2019 for Sweden, I'm talking, and it's going to be another record year. We had a lot of really big investments going on in the beginning and first half of 2019. So 2019 it will be a total record year ever for direct investment in the Swedish green tech companies. 2020 with the corona crisis will of course be a question mark. Then on the other side, there's a lot of innovation going on the investment side. Very much looking forward to that, seeing what's happening with blockchain moving into the green field, and how to measure and evaluate green investments. And I know that there are a lot of financial institutions working a lot on financial innovation and trying to find those vehicles in order to channel money to a greater extent and with the right risk-reward balance to their customers. So with a dip for 2020, for what we're going through right now, I think the future for green investment looks marvelous. It's a big mega trend. We all need, we know and we understand that we need to convert everything to a green economy. And unless we do that, it will be a very tough world for our children. So getting everything green is as big as digitalization. It's going to go on for 20, 30 years. It's a mega trend. So yeah, I think it's going to continue.
Thank you. Marcus?
Yeah, I'm very bullish in general about a quite simple business model is handling waste. I mean, if there is something we've been doing good for the last 30 years or 50 years, it's creating waste, right? And now we see a lot of businesses that can create circular business flows and business models. So in general, taking somebody that somebody else is willing to pay you for as waste treating that and then selling it to someone else, that's a good business model, and we see a lot of that. So we're scouting that, and we will see lots of that the next 10 years, I'm positive about.
Well, thank you very much for your very valuable input. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have another partner on stage from Deloitte. It's my pleasure to introduce Katinka Sko-Harasaki, partner M&A, and she's going to talk about the increasing requirement of in-depth ESG analysis in M&As. Please give her a warm hand. There you are.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the introduction and for having me here to speak about two topics that I feel strongly about, due diligences and sustainability questions. Brief introduction to Deloitte, where I am a partner, which you heard. I think most of you think of Deloitte as an audit company, but today I'm going to talk about what we do outside of audit, and in particular regarding due diligence and sustainability. According to the Swedish Accounting Act, all larger companies are, from 2017, required to have sustainability reporting as part of their annual accounts. And that is a requirement for all large cap companies, but as we see, also a lot of smaller companies in the mid cap and small cap sector are also voluntarily preparing those, which shows the importance of these questions, I think. So we have a business unit in Deloitte that is particularly working on reviewing these sustainability reports in the same way that an auditor reviews an annual account. What's a little problematic with these reports is that it's not so clear what to include in such. In an annual account, of course, you know you have to have a particular things to include, but in these reports, the focus is what do our stakeholders think is important, and where do these companies have an impact, and that, based on that, you will prepare a matrix to determine which thing you will report on. And what we in financial advisory, we work with other types of DDs, which you probably have heard more about, which is financial DDs and tax DDs and etc. And what we have seen from our clients in recent years, and it's only getting more important, is ESG questions in due diligence transactions or in due diligence processes. So therefore, we have combined our expertise within due diligence with our expertise within sustainability reporting, and have started doing ESG diligences, which focus on, which is, first of all, a little introduction to due diligences. It's the investigations and the research that you do before you enter into a contract with another party. So within transactions, it means the investigations you do before acquiring another party. So as with all due diligences, the importance of sustainability due diligences is to highlight any risk with regards to such questions before you enter into to buying a company. The problematic things with, what challenges with ESG diligences is, of course, that there are no in standard scope or any standard things you should look at, because that is, of course, different in all companies. So the important thing is, prior to starting such diligences, is to start to look at what is the company, what is the value chain it's operating in, which geographies, so where is the risk sitting, to know what areas to focus on. So the diligence process, as with all diligence processes, starts with doing your homework with regards to searching on public sources, the net, and annual reports, Are there any rumors about the companies, the industry within this particular target operates? Based on that, you will build a hypothesis on what could be the risks here and what areas should we look into. Are they having labor, child labor, typical in this type of industry, etc. And then you can focus your work towards those risks. And these are often connected with the UN global standard regards to human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. So you start with highlighting all the public information that you find, and after that, starting to go through annual report and CSR report, which is also publicly available, to see what type of risk could we find here. Then the next and important step is to then you will prepare a data room, for example, in line with all other diligence work, where you request sustainability reports, code of conducts, which most companies have today, and go through them to highlight what do the companies have to make sure that they meet the requirements with regards to these questions from the stakeholders. The next step is to perform interviews with employees and other stakeholders to see whether these code of conducts actually are implemented and if they work in the companies. And based on that, we will prepare a report setting out what have we found, what are the risks, are there any important risks that maybe you would retract from the deal. But most importantly, and what this is mostly used to is to post-transaction, which initiatives do you have to take in order to be compliant? So as I said, the difference between these type of diligences and normal diligences or financial diligences, which we on Deloitte mostly do, is that there are no clear scope. It's no clear way how do no checklist, how do you meet the requirements. It is very individual, and it has to do a big homework to understand which are the areas that could be here. It's also very difficult to quantify. In all diligence work related to transaction, we look for things you can get price reduction for, or things you can put as a warranty in the SPA. These questions are very difficult to quantify, so it will always be very descriptive and more based on what should you do after acquiring this company to meet the shortcomings. And it's a very kind of a new product, I would say. It's in recent years, it's been more and more requested, and I think that will just continue to be important going forward. Because as we have seen, companies that fail to meet these requirements, they suffer brand reputation, they have difficult attracting, in particular, millennials, employees, and also meet increasing cost levels. So here we have a little typical mapping of what you can do before starting an ESG due diligence by mapping the whole value chain. It's not only what's going on in the company or the target in interest, but also, of course, what kind of suppliers do you have? What kind of customers do you have? Do these follow these demands from the public? That was it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have time for one or two questions. If you'd like to pose a question about this work that you do at Deloitte. There are questions available in the hand microphone. Great. Well, I'd like to ask you a question. If you look in the future, this is a fairly new way of looking at diligence. What do you foresee in the next 5 years in terms of this work that you are doing with ESGs?
Yeah, I think that this will, as I said, be more and more important, and I think that will probably be something that we see in most deals, and not only particular with investors that has that particular brand or branding themselves as sustainable investors, but in all types of investors ask for this product.
And in this field, would you say that you are there many that have the abilities to do this work, like you do at Deloitte?
I think we have our normal competitors. The other audit firms probably also have, and also this is also legal questions involved. So we
connected to the ESGs, of course,
cooperate with legal advisors that have that aspect to it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Interesting to listen to you. And now we need some coffee. A warm hand for Deloitte.
Thank you.
There is coffee served outside and up in the salons up there. And we see you back again in 20 minutes at 20 after, well, 50 minutes, 20 after 3. Thank you. Naventus Summit, and my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. Pumped hydro. This company has two presenters that will be entering the stage now, and that will be Thomas Johansson and Rainer Wasserneue. Please give them a warm hand.
Thank you, Katarina. Do you know how many Tesla cars it takes to manage the energy from one single wind turbine for 1 hour? That question I got from a colleague in the industry operating a wind farm. 100, Thomas. 100 Tesla cars for 1 single hour. That's the reason why batteries is not an option for me. But what you're talking about, large-scale pumped hydro, is something I'm really interested in. As you heard, my name is Thomas Johansson. I'm the CEO of Pumped Hydro Storage. Prior to this, I have 26 years with ABB.
You're a little bit too modest now, Thomas. What you probably didn't know is that Thomas has built world's largest battery in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Well, Rainer, that's years ago. Come on, who are you?
I'm Rainer Wasserneue, commercial director at Pumped Hydro, working with Thomas as his right hand and left. I'm an old guy, so about 20 years of experience from business development and facilitating direct investments in renewables, energy technology.
And completely outside the script, I have to mention, this guy is European champion in American football. So don't mess with us. Okay, back to business. Do you want to be part of the fundamental change in the energy transition? Because that's what we're talking about from pumped hydro storage. And you say, pumped hydro, that's been around for decades. What's new with that? Well, for one thing, that's what we're going to talk about. But to start with, already today, energy storage in the world consists of 95% pumped hydro. So, what's the fuss today? I think there's a lot of open doors being laid this afternoon, given by a lot of the presenters before me. And I think my friend and former colleague, Kalle Linnér from Saltex, give a good example of how energy storage will be completely essential in the future. So the transition into electrification of transportation and industry, together with the renewables trend and rapid change in production, those things are coming, that's for sure. And those things are really going to help us with the climate challenge. But from an electrical system point of view, this is a little bit of a challenge. Let me explain. Production and consumption of electrical energy needs to happen at the same instant all the time. If not, the system is really disturbed and in the worst case could actually collapse. But don't worry, this is typically managed, but as trends in renewables and electrification grow, this will become more of a problem. And the solution is storage. Simply to store energy and to release it when it's needed, to make sure that the electrical system is stable. Today, this is under the responsibility of Svenska Kraftnät, as an example here in Sweden. And this managed 24/7. And they buy these services on what's called a balancing market every day. But as mentioned, these trends will really push the need for energy storage. So, as several speakers before me have said, this is really a booming market in the future. And someone in the pause told me, sky is the limit is not a good example, but in this case, it is actually true. And looking at these curves, please remember, already today, 95% of all energy storage in the world consists of pumped hydro. Okay, you say, what about new technologies? We shouldn't forget Kalle and Saltex and all the others. So Rainer, what's the situation there?
Well, there are two main drivers or two main factors what makes and distinguishes pumped hydro storage from other technologies. The first one is the maturity of the technology, because, well, pumps, generators, turbines, they've been around for a long time, for decades. You probably know when the first pumps came out on the market. And the other thing is that it's very cost efficient, and that's related to scale. It's large-scale fast response solution, and that drives down the price per kilowatt hour. If we look at the concept, how it works, it's really simple. You're having elevation, you're having water, you're having a market. You're pumping up water when the electricity price is down, or when you want to downregulate the frequency on the grid. Then you release it again when you want to sell electricity on the market or upregulate, okay? The beauty of this, Thomas, is the facility. Many of you know that this isn't new technology, but we put it in an underground setting in a facility that already exists there, making it even more cost efficient than traditional pumped hydro. It has a high round efficiency of about 77%. A long life cycle, we're talking about 50 to 80 years. So let's say 60 years it can work. It has a really low operation maintenance cost. And the most beautiful thing is that it's invisible. You don't see it. It's put in a place with infrastructure underground, using the elevation to be balancing power. In that setting, it's a closed system, and we don't need environmental permissions for it. It doesn't affect streams, ecosystems, the same way as traditional hydro, for instance. I'm a fly fisherman, so I'm looking a lot on the impact on the environment. But really, underground mines, have you ever seen a mine before? Have you?
Hands up, have you ever been to a mine? Yeah, a few of you.
They're beautiful.
Here's one. Do you see the mine? This is actually a photo from our pilot project on Åland, on the island of Lilla Båtskär. So if you've ever taken the ferry to Åland, you've actually seen this mine. And the only thing that's visible is the mine tower just behind the first turbine there. Below there is a shaft of 250 meters depth, and then there's a drift of about 1,600 meters. And that's where we're going to test this and demonstrate this project and this concept. So we're going to simply fill that drift with water and then use the elevation and pump water up and let it down. This is a way not only to demonstrate the concept, but also to integrate together with the wind park and also connect to the network. We have a number of applications for grants right now into both European and national authorities, and I have to say it looks really promising. But remember, this is still small scale. We're talking about a test facility of 2 megawatt, 8 megawatt hour. So we need to do more. This is another picture of a mine. This mine is still in operation. This is in the middle of Finland, in the town of Pyhäjärvi. And this mine occupies about 250 people, but they are closing down the summer of 2021. Also in this case, we have an agreement on a pilot project, but what differentiates this site from the previous one is that in this site, our partner has employed Pöyry, or today Afri, a consulting company, to explore the possibilities and the feasibility of a full-scale 50-plus megawatt installation. So what we have in our agreement is an option to eventually turn this into a full-scale commercial energy storage system. And this one has a depth of over 1,400 meters. Here you see some of the preliminary data of this facility. But as I mentioned, the work so far has been primarily on the technical side and the feasibility side. And we are right now employing Sweco Energy Markets to perform a revenue assessment of the opportunities with this mine. Well, 1,400 meters, Rainer. That sounds scary, or?
It's not scary. Here you see two happy guys, and why are we happy? Well, we went down there. Actually, you can take the elevator through the shaft. It takes about 3 minutes to get down to the bottom of the mine. What we saw there was, it was an environment like any industrial plant. You have the infrastructure there. You have the safety knowledge there. You have the ventilation there. You have the Wi-Fi there. You have a restaurant there. You even have the world's deepest sauna there.
Of course, we're in Finland, huh? Okay, as a company, we are a product development company. So very similar to, for example, Eulus, which presented earlier here. We are developing projects and take them into operation. This means that we're not depending on any own equipment or any manufacturing, but we can utilize the market of proven and modern equipment when we build these facilities. The steps you see in a product development company are very common, regardless of exactly which industry we're in. But the first stage for us is very much about screening. What mines around the world could be the right ones for us? What markets, when it comes to energy trading and balancing, are the right ones for us?
Questions, Thomas?
Yeah.
How many mines are there, abandoned mines in the world?
You remember we started counting and we lost counting at how many hundred thousands of mines? So it's...
At least half 500 million.
Yeah.
500,000, sorry, not 500 million.
So it's at least enough for us to keep ourselves busy.
Yeah.
The second step is the most important, I would say. That's when we put together the business case. Because like some others have said here, it's great to be part of something that really changed the world and can save the world, but it also has to be profitable. And that's what we take care of in the second step. We see that the revenue streams are sufficient and that the investment can be made. We find the partners, which can be local typically, so that we have the partner in the ecosystem that is needed to actually make a project come true. And when we have that and we come into a financial solution and financial close, that's when we can push the button and start the construction work. And after that, the operation. And if we desire, we can also have a transfer of this asset. Is it still complicated, or? Nobody says yes. So, but for those who didn't dare to say yes, where does the money come from? That's always what's important for you as an investor. And trying to simplify that, there's two parts when we are in the operation mode. And the common part is the spot market. Basically to buy electricity cheap and sell it when it's a higher price. And that arbitrage is something we can make money on. But the other one, the other market that's not as common, is called the frequency market or the balancing market, which I mentioned in the beginning, for example, handled by Svenska Kraftnät in Sweden. You can actually provide services without losing the energy on an hourly base. So those two main revenue streams are available for an energy storage. And if we decide to sell the asset, of course, that's an additional opportunity for us as a company. Well, who will do all of this?
You tell us.
I'll tell you. It's the two of us, but not only. Mikael, where are you? Our own expert in the electricity market and energy trading. But I think even more important is that what our founders put together, Otto Wernerskog in the middle of the top here, he's put together a very competent board that basically support us on a daily basis. The top line, 3 people, has been into the wind industry for over 10 years, developing products successfully. And then the last year and a half, Otto has added also some really critical and valuable people into the board. Christopher, you met earlier during the panel. Saira has a background both from ABB and from Sweco, and now in the Vattenfall eldistribution management team. And Göran Hult, a long background in Fortum, both in nuclear, hydro, and R&D. Tremendous asset when it comes to understanding the energy market. So, what's the plan? It's really simple. I already mentioned Åland. That's our first priority. We need to get that product up and running and prove our concept. We're also continuing to work the work we're ongoing with Pyhäjärvi to see that that pilot comes through and see how we can make that a commercial installation. And then, of course, we need to build the team. What I didn't mention earlier is that we also, of course, in addition to the people we had in the company and in the board, also team up with partners in various expert areas to make sure we are not limiting the progress of our plans, because we're quite ambitious. And in addition to those 2 products that I mentioned, we're also developing the portfolio, because we believe in time to market. It's a very classic expression. But in this case, so far, we don't really see any competition. So the key for us is to really make sure that we are in the screening process taking care of the best sites around the world when it comes to mines and market opportunities. By that, I hope that we have been able to interest you in being part of the journey, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join me. We have some questions from the app. How many projects will you have in 3 years? You're starting out with Åland now. And where will they be located, the other second?
I would say in 3 years we have between 5 and 10 projects. Of course, they are in different phases, because we're talking a product development company, but at least 5 to 10 projects. And we've said we start off in the neighborhood, like the Nordic countries, but we also see that Germany, UK, US, Australia are interesting countries. But this is something we will need to explore going further. I actually also got some good ideas about Chile here earlier during lunchtime.
A lot of abandoned mines in Chile.
It actually is, yeah, that's right. A lot of copper mines and a fairly stable political situation, plus a good energy market and also a well-functioning balancing market.
Thank you. Another question. How is your response time compared to traditional hydropower, and how does it fit into the future market?
Good question.
Yeah, this is one of the common questions we get. And let's say like this, we have the opportunity to design a system and specify equipment based on what we want and need today. So, and there is not a lack of system and equipment that can actually accomplish these fast responses. So for us, it will not be a problem. But if you compare to some hydropower plant still in operation 60 years after commissioning, of course, they don't have the same features.
Obviously. Since your technology isn't new, could it not be easily copied once the concept is proven?
That's also a good question that we meet frequently.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the technology is there. We know the market better, hopefully, than anybody of our potential competitors. Also, we have a scaling plan. We have a pipeline.
And developing products like this is not easy. All of those of you that has been in this kind of business know. So there's a lot more IP into just being good in the process and all the different steps around that. So I think by being fast and being agile, we will also be successful.
Presently, do you have any competitors who are breathing down your neck?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, and I think also the need for energy storage is so big. So I don't consider really anybody trying to solve this problem as a competitor. Actually,
you stopped counting at 500,000 mines.
Yeah.
So I guess there is.
And look, Bloomberg has predicted the investments in storage to $620 billion by 2040. That is equivalent to about 52,000 pumped hydro plants. So, which is
52,000.
Yeah.
Another question: what is the efficiency of the system? Could you sort of explain that in more detail than you did already?
I think it's a rough number is good and it's fairly accurate, like you said, 77%.
Yeah.
And of course, there's an optimization of this, but it's conventional equipment, so between 70 and 80 is a safe range.
Thank you. Let's take one more question. What is the energy storage potential for one of your facilities? We looked at the mine in Finland. That was humongous.
Yeah. And this is the beauty of it, because we designed the equipment, the turbines, generators, all of that stuff for a certain megawatt range. That's power. But then the size of the energy storage, that's how wide and how big we make the reservoirs. So there's really no limitation.
And they could be open, like in the Finnish mine, or they could be completely underground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Any questions from the audience present in the room? All right. Well, thank you very much for your duet, your presentation. That was lovely. Thank you.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck.
Thank you.
Shine. Let's give them a moment to shine on stage. Haha. We have with us here Mattias Josefsson, of course. Yes. Warm hand.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. A long day listening to a lot of people. So I hope you will survive some more information. My name is Mattias Josefsson and I am the CEO of the Swedish university spin-off Shine. And we are working with an extremely interesting new technology. We are working with a printed solar cell based on only organic materials. And organic in the sense of chemical organic things, hydrocarbons. The same kind of building block as in Mother Nature for building humans and animals and plants and things like that. It's a new material, so it's of course important to be smart on how to find the first business cases on new advanced materials. And I think we have found an extremely interesting first spot where we are creating small modules. That is important because it's more easy to start to do small modules than large modules with a new advanced material. And also when we are paid by item instead of per square meter, we get like 10 to 50 times the square meter price compared to starting with bigger things. And we are entering an extremely interesting market that I will come back to, that total are exploding and are looking for new ways to power things. But then we also have this long-term goal that maybe in the best, with the best pictures explains the potential in this innovation. And that is, of course, to do large-scale solar cells printed outdoors and potentially have an impact on the global climate. And I will start there, just to give the big picture of what we hope to do in a number of years. And our goal is to be the biggest manufacturer of organic solar cells in 10 years and be the biggest company within solar in 20 years. And in 20 years, we think that solar is the biggest energy source globally. So that means the biggest energy provider or solution provider. So if we manage to do that, that would be an interesting company. The tipping point for printed organic photovoltaic are related to when you have the right price, performance, and life length. It has to be a viable business model. It's not possible to scale this before we have this. When we started this project, the predicted potential when it comes to efficiency was we will probably take organic photovoltaic till around 13% compared to silicon that are between 15 to 20 commercially. which is lower, and we thought this is interesting anyhow if you look at the other benefits of this technology. So we started the company. And then this research had really taken off. So it was very flat for a number of years. And then like 1.5 years ago, it started again to just take off. So the latest world record is 17.4% efficiency in a single junction layer, which could be more in tandem structures. And they predict that they will take it to at least 25% with this kind of material. And if you then also add the different behaviors, because what you measure here is peak watt. If you measure what you get of a full day, when this material is better, when you get little light, you will have 20% more. So meaning if we take this material to 25% of efficiency, it will be the same as a silicon solar cell of a 30%. Life length, we thought this will happen, it will take time. And what was proven when we started the company was 3 years. And the latest proofs of life length with this kind of organic materials, photovoltaic materials, and only plastic encapsulation is today 20 years and are still increasing. So I would say that, just as an example, if you think that electronics based on hydrocarbons sounds impossible to do, it's good for us that OLED has done this before, because the O in OLED stands for organic, and they are working with the same kind of polymers and the same kind of emerging technology. And the OLED is the bended, the curved cell phones and the big curved TVs, and they are really probably taking over the display world. And we think that solar is the next big thing in organic electronics. And if you put these things together, performance, life length, and price, how could that happen? So to get the price, you really need processes that could use these materials and don't need other materials and could be manufactured in a good way. And that is where Epishine had the core value, because the most important thing that the research team kind of cracked before we started the company was how to manufacture this in large scale, roll to roll, only based on organic materials. And there is like 10, 20 companies around the world looking at organic solar cells. No one fully organic, no one in this kind of high-speed roll-to-roll process compared to us, not the combination of that. So we are quite unique of really having the potential to be the first to reach a tipping point for this. And this tipping point will mean 3 big things. It will mean scalability, because when we scale this to the size of a typical newspaper press, one site will print out the equivalent of 1 nuclear reactor every month. And we only use abundant materials like hydrocarbons, water, and things that you have everywhere. And we print on recyclable PET plastic that also are organic from a chemical perspective. It's extremely resource efficient. We are, besides fully organic, we're using very little material when we print, 1 gram per several square meters. The actual solar cell that are as good as silicon, more or less, is like 1,000th of an hair. And we have a very short energy payback time. And this is a scaling thing as well, because if you want to scale new energy solutions, you cannot have a long energy payback time. So a typical silicon solar cell has an energy payback time like 1.5 to 2 years. And the energy payback time of this material is 10 days, totally different. And if you combine that, cheap materials and very scalable, cheap manufacturing methods, also cheap machine investments to this kind of site, we will over time reach some kind of production that are like 1/10 of the cost compared with silicon solar cells. So I think this is an interesting technology to kind of get into as deep as you can. And to get into this industry, we are starting with the first viable product that we could sell with a good business model already today, which is those small modules that we are using to replace batteries in a lot of IoT and other battery-powered things. And after that, the next thing that will happen is to start to use this in areas where you cannot use conventional silicon solar cells. For example, in windows, it could be semi-transparent, or in rolls that you roll out on the floors that already had a solar cell in them, or actually at the surface of the building material that you use. It's very hard to use like the glassy and silicon material for that. It's no real good integration. But with our more like PET-like, that could be in different colors and things like that, material, it is a totally different thing to make the surface a solar cell of conventional building material. And finally, when we have the cheapest and most climate-friendly solar cell in the world, of course it should be as large as possible and utility scale. Starting with the IoT industry is to power IoT devices with light instead of batteries or with cords, and using the indoor light that you already have in place to power small things. And there's a lot of things that will need a new kind of power. When we are going to a digital world, we need more data. To get more data, you need more sensors, and sensors everywhere will be problematic to replace the batteries in. You will also need kind of a lot of small displays and other things. Looking at the supermarkets, where you used to have printed shelf labels, now you have digital shelf labels. And think about one supermarket where you have 15,000 batteries to replace. That could be powered with the indoor light that you already have. That is a good solution as an example. And the sensor industry is extreme as well. Already today, globally, we are manufacturing about 100 million sensors daily to be connected and send data to this digital world, and the exponent is quite steep. What we are creating is the same behavior as a battery. So by combining this small solar cell and a capacitor, we are making things to continue to send data for the full weekend or for a full week or something, even when it's completely dark. It's very little storage for a weekend compared with something that should last for a year. And as soon as you get light back, you store this little battery again and charge it again, and then you can continue to use it. So we are heading into the industry of sensors and shelf labels and remote controls and things powered by batteries. And maintenance is expensive. So if you have implemented systems on all of the schools in Sweden, after a while it's a lot of work to drive around the country and replace all the batteries. And it's also a bad user experience. Think only about your smoke detectors, and then think in a number of years when if you had batteries in every window to keep track on open closed, in all the rooms for temperature and humidity, and some other for, I don't know, you can't replace all of those batteries. It's impossible. Of course, it's greener as well. The battery is the really bad thing in electronics today. If you could have a capacitor instead, you have a much greener electronics. A quick feasibility check. If you have something that today are powered with small batteries, like AAA or coin cell, and the battery lasts for like a year or two, then you have a device that could be powered with light indoors with our solar cells. It's already that kind of energy efficient, so you could power it with ordinary indoor light. Quite amazing. This material is also very different from the old glassy silicon material. It could be easily integrated with electronics that are in plastic today. It could be different shapes, and it could be different surfaces to make it look nice, etc. And a quick timeline about Epishine. Project like 30 years of research. The breakthroughs in the processes and the core patents were started to be filed 2015. We launched the company 2016, and then from that we have been building the first small industrial production line. And we have had some grants and some seed round and things like that. And just before Christmas, we shipped our first order from our new factory after 30 years of research and through all of those research and industrial projects. So the first order is as the customers. And today we're working with like 30 customers in different sizes. And the business model is, in our case, it's in large volumes, it's about €1 per sensor or per device that we are shipping. And the volumes we speak about, it's like millions or tens of millions per customer of year in these projects that we speak about. Also, right before Christmas, we did our latest round. We call it pre-A round because it was the goal with that was to get the money that we needed to the full A round that we're planning in mid-2021. And the size of the last round was 3 million Swedish crowns, 3 million euros. And I'm very happy with the round. We had more or less the top, not the top 3, but really the top family office in Sweden believing in this journey. During this year, we are scaling up the projects and the sales, and we are also adding some machines because the capacity that to prove the things was quite narrow. So the capacity we will reach this year is millions of modules per year. And then we will continue to take off. And I'm here because I want everyone to know that it's not a long time away where we will do our A round. And then we both will scale this indoor case, and we will take some very offensive steps regarding the building integrated next step. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mattias Josefsson. We have some questions for you. What costs the most in your production? Is it the material?
Yes. So the machine and labor cost, since it's so extremely scalable and so extreme volumes, it is the material that are the cost.
And your manufacturing right now is where?
In Linköping, in Sweden.
You said Linköping in the beginning. It's still in Linköping.
Yeah. So we have built a small industrial manufacturing site in Linköping.
When you look at the scaling up of everything, will you still be in Linköping?
So since Linköping is one of the strongest places when it comes to organic electronics, I think we will have R&D in that region
at least the R&D.
For a long time. And that will also mean some kind of reference production sites, because I think you need to have the R&D and the reference manufacturing sites together.
How transparent can your Epishine products be?
100%, but then you will have like 1% of an efficiency. So that depends on the efficiency. But it could be used quite a lot of the energy in the invisible spectrum. So it could be quite good even if it looks like the normal films that you have on the windows today. So maybe you could reach like 10% on something that looks like the normal films you have today. Protection.
All right. You showed us all the way to the right the huge solar parks.
Yeah.
Roughly when about in time do you think that would be feasible?
In best case, in like 6 years.
Wow.
So but
that's soon.
Yeah, and that means like 10 years down. But of course,
that is really soon.
But it's so much happening in the world right now. So since we started the company, I really felt that we have started in quite a harsh environment when no one believed in clean tech and things like that, and where the urgency now, both when it comes to people looking for energy solutions and investors, things like that, are kind of getting together. So it's possible to speed things up, I think.
Well, thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
This was the last presentation for this event here today, but I'd like to invite up one of the partners on stage for some closing remarks. Please give a warm hand to Jonas Ljungström from Naventus.
Thank you.
So Jonas, it's been a fabulous day, right? It doesn't really feel like the end of the world. It feels like it's the end of the day, but I mean, there is so much hope in this room, right? What are your main takeaways?
Well, my main takeaways is that we've had fantastic partner presentations. I really liked Niklas Holmberg's at Nasdaq's opening remarks about capital available for the sector. I thought it was interesting to listen about Martin Sandgren's reflection that the electricity certificate market, which was predicting a certain amount until 2030, has already been fulfilled. I think Katinka at Deloitte, the importance of the CSR due diligence was interesting. I mean, of course, my main takeaway is all these interesting companies. Not mentioning all, but you know, the climate story, and I would also mention maybe Envigas, the need for biocoal, and I'd like to mention also Eolus Wind, which has been a fantastic journey and interesting to see Per Vitalisson's rollout of projects. As we heard also in some of the interesting panels, the storage side of things has been great focus on today with Soltex and also the Pump Hydro team. Interesting to hear about EcoWave's project pipeline. Not, of course, forgetting any, but the Epishine technology breakthrough with even customers. It's going to transform. Really exciting to hear about. I need to mention Insplorion also, which I thought was really interesting because it's both renewable and technology. So that was interesting. I also would like to mention something about, of course, the panels, which was amazing discussions and takeaways. I thought Raphael from KTH Energy was really interesting. He put a lot of focus on the storage side, which is interesting. Boel Svartling's network and insights from the investor side was also really interesting. So I think that my takeaway is that before this, I was sure that I mean, the transition strength into renewables, I got sort of encouraged, and I hope that all the partners and presenting companies and panelists and spectators also have a lot of good takeaways from the day.
Thank you. How do you see Naventus' role in this transition that is
that's
ahead?
A very interesting question. No, of course, hopefully we have the opportunity, as Niklas at Nasdaq said, to work with fantastic, interesting companies and assisting them in their journey to sort of develop on the capital side through IPOs or preferential rights issues, private placements, or directed share issues, etc. So I hope we can play a role in the sector. It's really one of our target sectors, of course.
And thank you. Do you have any more events in this field planned?
No, I mean, I'm looking forward, of course, to be part of this event next year. With hopefully the companies has developed even more, and that we have had a role in it. We're also hosting a technology summit this autumn. Same kind of setup, but that's it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. All of you now that are interested in the presentations, you were not able to stay, please stay here. Okay. We were not able to stay, put them on the app. So if you want to get the presentations from the companies, you email to Maltin at Naventus. Maltin, you'll find her on the app and also on Naventus webpage, of course. Yeah. So she can send you via email the presentations. And on the app, of course, you can network, find pictures from the event today and also the video. And now, Jonas, it is
Mingling.
Mingle and networking.
Okay. Thank you
Yes.
very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've done a great job.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.